Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary at the Nippon Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you the third game of the series featuring the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters. Each team has won one game in this series, and they are looking tonight to break the deadlock between the two here. Last night, it was a bit of a weird game. It was a 6-0 lead early on for the Hawks. The Fighters with the benefit of two home runs, one off the bat of Yuma Emegawa, a 3-run variety, and a grand slam from Tatsuki Mizuno. The Fighters up in front 7-6. The Hawks ended up getting a run back to tie it. It went to extra innings. The Fighters ended up with an RBI single off the bat of Kotaro Kiyomiya to win the game last night. 8-7 was your final. The night before, the Hawks took it to the Fighters behind the pitching of Levon Manello, only allowing 3 hits. Manello only allowed 2, pacing to a 7-1 victory. Tonight, it is a battle of the undefeateds, as Sachiya Yamazaki, who is 5-0 for the Fighters, takes on Yugo Maeda, who is 10-0 for the Hawks. So something has to give here in this one, as these two will go head-to-head tonight against one another. We're first of all going to give you the lineups for the visitors from Fukuoka. Leading off tonight in right field, wearing number 31, is Tomoya Masaki. Hitting second and in center field is number 23. That's Yukio Shudo. Hitting third and playing in left field is number 3, Kensuke Kondo. And the cleanup spot at third base is number 24, Ryoya Kurihara. In the fifth spot, wearing number 9 and doing the designated hitting is number 9, Yuki Yanagita. Doing the catching and batting 6, wearing number 39, is Yudai Yamamoto. Hitting in the 7th spot and playing second base is number 8, Taisi Makihara. Batting 8th at first base, wearing number 33, is Ryuta Hirose. Batting 9th at shortstop tonight, number 25, is Yudai Shoji. As mentioned, they're going to be facing Sachiya Yamazaki, who takes to the hill with a 5-0 record. He has worked 38 innings. He's allowed 38 hits. He's given up 11 runs, all of which have been earned, walking 10 and striking out only 15, but pitching to a 261 earned run average. Well, that's your starting lineup for the Hawks. Now your starting lineup for the hometown Fighters. Leading off tonight, playing shortstop, wearing number 43, is Tatsuki Mizuno. Batting second in left field, wearing number 61, is Yuma Emegawa. Batting third at first base, number 21, Kotaro Kiyomiya. In the cleanup spot and doing the designated hitting is number 99, Franmil Reyes. Batting fifth at third base, number 39, Naoki Arizono. Batting sixth in right field, wearing number 5, is Yuki Nomura. Hitting 7th in center field is number 6, Rodolfo Castro. Batting 8th and doing the catching is number 3, Yuya Gunji. And batting 9th and playing second base is number 5, Taiki Narama. And they're going to be facing Yugo Maeda, who takes to the hill. He's worked to a 10-0 record so far. 77 innings pitched. He's allowed 57 hits, 15 runs, all been earned. Walking 20 and striking out 59, pitching to a 1.75 ERA. The battle of the undefeateds is upon us. It is. The Fighters and the Hawks will be back in 30 seconds with all the action right after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. Sachiya Yamazaki has completed his tune-up tosses, and the left-hander is ready to get this one underway. Coming to bat for the Hawks to lead it off, it's the top of the order, Masaki, Shudo, and Kondo. A very familiar-looking lineup, as it has been pretty much the same, rolled out each night by the manager of the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. That's Hiroki Kokubu. So he has pretty much followed in the staple of what the Hawks do. They really stick to their lineup, and that is how they run it. The Fighters, on the other hand, it's been a shuffle the deck each night. The first pitch delivered from Yamazaki is a fastball taken for a called strike, and we are underway at 1400 hours local time or 2 o'clock Japan time in the afternoon. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count goes to 1-1 on Masaki. Masaki hitting .283 on the year. He's got himself 20 homers and 47 runs batted in. I got to double check on that. I didn't think he had that many. There's a breaking ball that misses down. And the count now runs to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And yeah, much to my chagrin, it is. I am correct. 20 homers already for Masaki this year. That's pretty impressive. Pitch is a breaking ball swung on. It's cued off the end of the bat, foul over on the first base side. Count runs 2-2. And to think about it, that Masaki in the 4 years prior, right now he is 27 years old. He only had 12 homers at the NPB level in the previous 4 years. Getting a chance to play more regular. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on. Chopped over the head of the pitcher. Fielded on the run by the second baseman, Narama. He throws to first. Oh, that's a nice play by Taiki Narama. That's going to retire Masaki on a ground out 4-3. He's in the books for out number 1, and that's going to bring up the center fielder in Yukio Shudo. Well, we might as well get this out of the way, so when people start wandering into the stream and wanting to know where they can find it, we'll send them to the 7-minute mark and tell them to listen. If you want to watch this game or you're looking to pick it up, if television is your thing, TVH1 or Gaora Sports are the channels you can watch it on. As Yukio Shudo waits on the first pitch, it's a fastball that misses up and in. If you're looking for online streaming, DAZN, Rakuten TV, and Baseball Live are where you can find the games. There are other locations too, but you're going to have to dig for some of the other ones. Those are the public ones to be able to hunt down. There's a fastball missing up and in. Count now 2-0 to Shudo. Shudo hitting .281 on the year, a couple of homers and 29 RBIs. Batting from the left side here against the left-handed throwing Yamazaki, who kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Shudo. Left-hander against the left-hander. And Yamazaki delivers again. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is taken on 1 hop by Narama. He throws off balance. Oh, what a pick over at first base by Kiyomiya to retire the speedy Shudo. Was a bang-bang play. They had to hurry. Narama on the backhand side with a pick going to his right. And able at that spot to be able off balance to throw over to first. He did a great job getting his feet underneath him. Ground out 4-3, so 2 ways to start the game, both groundouts, but 2 a little bit different. The glove of Narama being put to the test. Well, that brings Kensuke Kondo to the plate. Kondo hitting .310 on the year with 24 homers and 89 runs batted in. Batting from the left side here against the left-handed throwing Yamazaki. We mentioned last night a very left-handed hitting lineup here for the Hawks as that fastball misses inside for ball. Count is 1-0. Defensively tonight for the Fighters from left to right field. Imagawa gets the start in left. Castro's in center. And right field, it's Nomura. Around the horn from first to third, it is Kiyomiya at first, Narama at second, Mizuno at short, and Arizono at third. As that breaking ball drops in for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1. And the Fighter battery is of Yamazaki and Gunji. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Kondo as he waits here on the 1-1 pitch. Lefty again holding to the set. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is popped up foul. Moving over in foul territory is Arizona. Is he going to have room? And he's just going to run out a little bit of real estate as the ball ends up into the camera well. And that's going to keep Kondo alive with a ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kondo. I don't know. I think Arizona, I don't know how well he knows this field. He hasn't had a ton of playing time. I think he had got to be a little bit more aggressive getting over there and then trying to lean in a little bit more, especially on your home field. There's a fastball that misses outside. Yamazaki was bouncing off the mound on his way to the dugout, expecting that call was going to be strike 3, but the home plate umpire was buying nothing of it. Runs the count now to 2-2. I'm interested tonight to see if there's any types of replays. I think the umpire's got the cam on the top of his helmet. No, maybe not. There's a fastball swung on and it's grounded into the feet of Kondo. I've seen it a couple of times. They had it at the World Baseball Classic, and I've seen it on some of the Giants feeds. The home plate umpire's got that little extra thing on the top of his helmet, but they don't do it for the whole game. It's only there for a little bit. It gives you a different perspective of the pitch coming in. You're in the eyes of the umpire. Here's the 2-2 pitch. As the lefty kicks and fires, it's a breaking ball. That's taken for a called third strike. And Kondo looks at that one go by like the house by the side of the road, and he's gone for out number 3 in the inning. Well, the Hawks start quietly here in the first. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're through a half inning. It is the Hawks, no score, and the Fighters coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. The bottom of the first is upon us, and we'll be back to bring it to you in just a couple of moments right after this musical timeout.
Do you hear that? My sanity about to break while everyone I know's out. On a trip, on a boat, on a lake. I'm tired of feeling all FOMO, babe. I don't even care if we stay home. Put our to-do list on ice. We crank the AC to 79 and make
Welcome back, everybody. The starting left-hander Yugo Maeda has completed his tune-up tosses. And we are ready to get this one underway, as it'll be the top of the order. Tatsuki Mizuno, Yuma Imagawa, and Kataro Kiyomiya to come to bat here in the bottom half of inning number 1. Mizuno, the hitting star, one of the hitting stars in last night's game, was he had a grand slam off of the reliever Roberto Osuna, hitting 288 on the year, 11 homers to go with 48 runs batted in. And the first pitch from Maeda on the way. Fastball swung on. This ball's lifted into deep center field, racing back onto the warning track and making the catch as he runs into the wall is Yukio Shudo. Oh, Mizuno's finding the power surge. If he hits it to anywhere else in the ballpark, it probably leaves the yard, but not there in straightaway center field, as Shudo able to run it down for out number 1 here in the first inning. And that is going to bring up the left fielder in Yuma Imagawa. Well, the other part of the punch last night was Imagawa. He hit his second home run of the season, second in less than a week. It was a 3-run shot to be able to get the Fighters back in. There's a breaking ball that misses just outside, and the count is 1-0. Imagawa batting from the right side against the lefty Maeda, who delivers a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. Defensively tonight for the Hawks from left to right field, it's a similar lineup as we mentioned the last couple of nights. Kondo in left, Shudo in center, and the right fielder Masaki. As that pitch is fouled away, and the count goes to 2-1 on Imagawa. Around the horn from first to third, Hirose is at first. At second, it is Makihara. The shortstop is Shoji, Kurihara holding down the hot corner at third. The battery of Maeda and Yamamoto. And there is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count runs even to Imagawa at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Imagawa probably having the best week of his life in the NPB, as he had homered on the weekend against the Buffaloes, as that breaking ball misses outside for his first hit of the year. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And lefty Maeda ready to go again as he gets the side and he rocks into the windup and delivers. Breaking ball swung on. It's going to be lifted foul into the seats down the first base line, and the count remains full to Imagawa. Full slate of games tonight across the NPB, but this is the only one that's going on early as it has been in the last couple of nights. As Maeda rocks himself into the windup and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on, and this is chopped foul through the third base coach's box, and the count remains full. Other games tonight in the Pacific League, and all these other games will get going at 1800 Japan time or 6 p.m. 3-2 pitch on the way. Fastball misses inside. It's going to be ball 4, and Imagawa's got himself a one-out walk. That's going to bring up the first baseman in Kotaro Kiyomiya. The other games of the Pacific League tonight, the Eagles are hosting the Chibalote Marines. Kenta Maeda takes to the mound for Tohoku. Chiba sends Kazuya Kojima to the hill. Buffaloes are playing at the Balluna Dome against the Lions. It'll be Espinoza against Sugiyama. Espinoza for the Buffaloes, of course. So Kiyomiya striding to the plate, getting 246 on the year, 12 homers and 45 RBIs. Takes a breaking ball over for a called strike. He couldn't have had a worse game last night, Kiyomiya, up until the 10th inning. And then in the spot of redemption, he got the base hit to bring home the winning run. And so maybe all was forgotten on the error, the pickoff, and the generally poor hitting. There was a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is now 0-2 on Kiyomiya. Kiyomiya, whatever it is right now, he's not playing good ball. They've had him in and out of the lineup. Hasn't really found his rhythm. Going to unlock. And you wonder sometimes when that happens if a player has a niggling injury or something bothering him. Fastball misses off the outside corner, and the count runs now to 1-2 on Kiyomiya. Other games that are going on in the Central League tonight, a 5:45 start or 17:45. It'll be Mount Fuji taking to the hill for the home team Bay Stars against Brian Mata of the Giants. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball down. Good stop there by the catcher Yamamoto. It runs the count even to 2-2. Tigers are playing home at the Kyocera Dome to the Swallows. It's Takahashi for the Swallows and Shimamura going for the Tigers in that one tonight. And the last game on the slate, because they have to play it, it's the Dragons and the Carp. Kobayashi going for the Carp tonight, Yamato for the Dragons. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle into center field for a base hit. And Imagawa is going to throw on the brakes and stop at second. That is going to put runners at first and second here. Get a look at that replay again. The ball was hit off the mound as the left-handed pitcher was falling toward the third base side. He may be able to stay inside to hit the mound, and then it deflected weirdly into center field, but it's a hit nonetheless, and he'll take everything he can get. So Kiyomiya aboard with a single, and Imagawa over to second. That is going to bring Franmil Reyes to the plate. Reyes is enjoying himself a pretty good season. Jay Wetbussin says, I wonder why the game is not showing up live. I don't know what you mean by that. Here's the first pitch. It is a breaking ball down, and the count is 1-0 to Reyes. Reyes batting .316 on the year, 26 homers and 64 runs batted in. Our friend God is Great's in the house, and we welcome you to the stream as well. Great to have you with us. Great to have you here early on. The last couple of nights, it's been late check-ins. But we're glad you have made the roll call. So 1 ball and no strikes to Reyes as the lefty leans in, gets the sign. He works himself to the belt. The Fighters have an early threat going here, and there is a changeup that is swung through and missed. And the count goes to 1-1. God is Great says it's on TV. Yeah, I mentioned at the top of the stream, it's a couple of the spots where it's on. I just don't know where they broadcast it so much in other parts of the world. I was going through the North American DAZN stuff, and they just don't do it. Sad Boy Sorrel's in the house tonight, too. Welcome to the channel. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses down, and the count goes to 2-1. Sad Boy says, look, let's have the Hawks win it for the boys. Well, the Hawks had that opportunity last night, and really the turning point in the game I mean, I hate to always blame officiating because, there's so many parts to the game that you can win. But boy, oh boy, that call against Yamamoto last night stunk to the high heaven. Bases loaded with one gone, and it punched him out. For number 3, there was a fastball ticket for a called strike. I'm sure if you're a Fighter fan, you were all in favor of it. But boy, oh boy, that had to be one of the... If you have to put a compilation of the top 10 worst calls of the season, especially in the context of where it was at, that's got to rate up there pretty high. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as Reyes waits here on the offering from the lefty Maeda. Checks the runner at second. Now delivers. Breaking ball swung on and fouled right into the shin guard of Reyes, and he's going to have to walk it off a little bit. Sad boy says, "Are you Canadian?" Yep, that would be correct. So we got 2 balls and 2 strikes to Reyes. As we wait, actually, it fouled it off, and it was just above the shin guard, between the kneecap and the shin guard he has. So the trainer has come out with the magic spray. He's going to need a moment to be able to walk that off. I think a good thing for Reyes is that was a breaking ball that he hit, as opposed to a fastball. Fastball, boy, might be hopping around like a wild man, that's for sure. So we're still going to need a moment here. The trainer and then the interpreter come out. I think the interpreter is asking him some questions. Yeah, well, that's what happens sometimes. You get that every once in a while. Fix your swing, Franmil, and then you don't have to worry about fouling it off your shin. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to the big fella. Now he's ready to get back in the box. He touches both sides of the plate. As the lefty leans in, Maeda getting the sign from Yamamoto, working himself to the belt. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball, swung on and missed. And Franmil Reyes is going to gingerly walk back to the dugout for the second out. So injury and then insult puts 2 in the books. That's going to leave it up to Naoki Arizono. So Arizono coming to the plate. He's batting .328 on the year with a homer and 9 RBIs. Having a pretty good start to his campaign here with the Fighters. You get some players that get the opportunity and they just run with it, and he has been doing just that since his inclusion in the regular lineup. Maeda delivers. First pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. And I've said this on many occasions, if they can get through the first inning, the starters here, it could be a tough night at the office for the hitters. Oh, no balls and 1 strike here as the lefty leans in, gets the sign from Yamamoto. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left field. This ball could be trouble. Back onto the warning track, and with room to make the catch is Kondo. And that is going to do it here for the Fighters. Arizona gave everyone a little bit of skip in their heart as that ball was hit a long way, just got under it a bit. No runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your scores were through 1 complete. It is 0-0 between the Hawks and the Fighters, and we'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action right here on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Stick around, everybody. More action to follow in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. It is Ryoya Kurihara, Yuki Yanagita, and Yudai Yamamoto to get things going here against Chiya Yamazaki. Only 15 pitches in the first inning for the lefty as he delivers a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. Count is 0-1 to Kurihara. Kurihara batting .253 on the year, 32 homers and 86 runs driven in. As Yamazaki delivers a fastball that just misses down and away. And the count now goes even to 1-1. So the ball and a strike. Zaki, the lefty, ready to go again, working fairly quickly. And there's a breaking ball that just misses inside, but he's not working Levon Moinello quickly. The starter for the Hawks in game 1 of the series was just at an incredible pace. It seemed like he'd get the ball and it was a hot potato. He couldn't wait to get rid of it. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball, another one that misses up and in, and the count now 3-1 to Kurihara. We're talking about the left-handed laden lineup of the Hawks. They don't even mix it up. They've got 4 in a row before you get to Yamamoto. Pitch on the way, breaking ball, waved at and missed. And now the count runs full to Kurihara. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Lefty-lefty matchup. And I got to say, I like it. Put your best out there, and let's run with it. Here's the 3-2. Breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into right center field, moving over underneath it with plenty of room to make the catch as the center fielder, Rodolfo Castro, and that's going to retire Kurihara for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 away, and it'll bring up the designated hitter in Yuki Yanagita. Well, for Yanagita, he's had himself a nice series, and we were talking last night about him drinking of the fountain of youth. He's had himself a great year, getting .297 at the plate with 12 homers and 48 RBIs. He swings at the first pitch breaking ball and grounds it foul over on the first base side. Count quickly 0-1. 100 for 337 at the plate. And he also finds ways to get on base as well through other means. Now, he's been healthy this year. Last couple of years, he's not been as healthy. There's a foul ball, and he fouls that one off into his shin. Well, it can make you unhealthy in a hurry. The balls and 2 strikes. That pitch looked like would have been maybe a split-finger pitch. It was weird where he fouled it off. He fouled it off into his back leg, just above the knee, the side of the thigh. You don't see that always on a regular basis. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Slow breaking ball, and that bounces up to the plate. That came in at 57 miles an hour on our gun, so a ball and 2 strikes to Yuki Yanagita. Hawks and Fighters in the 3rd game of the 3-game set. After this series is done, Hawks will get a day off tomorrow. Then they go to the Kyocera Dome in Osaka and take on the Oryx Buffaloes. As that breaking ball misses down and in, the count's now 2-2 to Yanagita. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looking ahead to tomorrow, they haven't announced the starting pitchers for the other games yet, as those will be later today. As that breaking ball misses down, it's now 3-2 to Yanagita. But as I look ahead to tomorrow's matches or tomorrow's games, only 5 games on the slate. Fighters will make their way to Chiba to play the Chiba-Lotte Marines Saturday and Sunday, just a 2-game set there. As the lefty Yamazaki again works himself to the set. Here comes the 3-2. And there is a fastball taken for a called 3rd strike. Yanagita stood there like the house by the side of the road. He's in the books. That's strikeout number 2 for Yamazaki here. And that is going to bring up the catcher in Yudai Yamamoto. Not sure that Yanagita necessarily agreed with that call. But I thought it was a pretty good pitch from Yamazaki. to hang in there, wait for the umpire to make that call. First pitch on the way to Yamamoto is a 59-mile-an-hour breaking ball dropping in for a called strike. The count is 0-1. We say he took a little something off it. He took a lot off it. Yamamoto hitting .351 on the year, a couple of homers and 22 RBIs. Those are his Pacific League stats. Breaking ball misses up and away, and the count even now at 1-1. Curious to see how long Yamazaki may hang in here for. He's gone full count to 2 of the first 5 batters. He's thrown a lot of pitches here on the way. Fastball swung on, grounded over to short. Fielded by Mizuno. He fires to first, and that's going to do it. A ground out 6-3. That's exactly what Yamamoto needed. And that's going to do it here as the Hawks go in order in their half of the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. A 1-2-3 inning. We'll be back in just a couple moments. It is the Fighters and the Hawks locked at zeros. Bottom of the second is coming up. We'll be here to bring it for you in just a few. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Well, if you need a hand to carry a load, I'm here to let you know you can put that on me. When that old hurricane is starting to blow, I've always got a home where you can come be. Oh, because I ain't afraid of a little weather. We're gonna make it together. When I tell you that I got you, and I'm your own slip slow.
We're moving to the bottom of the second inning, and the score is where we started at 0-0. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this. Welcome back, everybody. The starter, Yugo Maeda, has just completed his tune-up tosses, and we're ready to resume the action here as he's going to be facing the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the Fighters order. Yuki Nomura, Rodolfo Castro, and Yuya Gunji to come to bat to face him here. 22 pitches for the Fukuoka lefty here after inning number 1. As he is stepping in is Nomura. Nomura hitting .256 on the year, 14 homers and 51 ribeyes. And there's a breaking ball that misses outside for ball. Count is quickly 1-0. Nomura waits, and the offering, it's a fastball swung on, taken on one hop by the third baseman Kurihara. He steadies his feet, he steps and throws across the diamond, and Nomura is gone on a ground out 5-3 for the first out of inning number 2, and that'll bring up the center fielder in Rodolfo Castro. Well, for Castro, getting the start tonight in center, he's been all over the field for the Fighters over the last few games. Castro hitting .232 with 8 homers and 23 runs batted in, takes a slow breaking ball outside for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Castro hitting from the right side here against the lefty Maeda, who delivers a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike. I don't know if Castro believes that one. The first one looked maybe better than the second. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, and it is a lifted foul into the seats behind home plate. The count now 1-2 to Castro. But Castro's versatility, his ability to get on base and move around, is something that the Fighters definitely enjoy about their team. They've got some flexibility. There's a fastball swung on. It has popped up over on the first base side, giving chase over by the dugout, and room to make the catch is Hirose. That is going to retire Castro for out number 2. And that is going to leave it up to the catcher and Yuya Gunji. And our friend Zay in the house tonight. A little early for you, Zay, but we're glad you made it in nonetheless. Gunji coming to the plate, hitting .243, 5 homers and 23 runs batted in. We are going to be off tomorrow night, and then we'll call 2 games between the Hawks and the Buffaloes on the weekend. Then we're going to go dark for a couple of weeks as we will be over in Asia as there's a breaking ball missing down, and the count is 1-0 to Gunji. Gunji batting from the right side as the lefty Maeda kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Gunji getting another start behind the plate tonight as the pitch is a breaking ball, waved at and missed, and the count goes to 1-2. We've been noticing in the last 4 to 6 weeks he's been behind the plate much more frequently. A lot less Shinto, a lot less Tamiya. There's 1 ball, 2 strike pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field, and it's going to get down into the gap all the way to the wall. Gunji rounding first, heading to second. Shuto picks it up and fires it back in, and cruising in safely with a 2-out double here is Yuya Gunji. That is going to bring up the second baseman in Taiki Narama. So far, our friend Zay, who walked in here, 2-out rally is starting to happen here. As Gunji aboard with that double. Well, this brings Narama to the plate. He was a busy man defensively in the first inning, making the first couple of plays of the game. He has been flashing the leather for the fighters most recently. He's also been somewhat proactive offensively. He's hitting .259 with 4 homers and 22 RBIs. Breaking ball drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Narama, not a big fella. Batting from the right side here as he waits on the offering here from Maeda. Lefty delivers. Fastball center cut for a called strike. Oh, I think Narama wanted that one back. He's in the hole at 0-2 now. Not sure what he was thinking in that situation, but boy, that was as good a pitch as you're going to get. Say Narama, not exactly a big guy in terms of centimeters, only 172 centimeters, and he's 75 kilo. So from the kilogram standpoint, that puts him probably at about 165 pounds, if my math is right. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now runs to 1-2. Height-wise, at 172 centimeters, I'd have to go out and do the calculator on that. My guess, he's probably standing in at about 5'9". That's my guess. I have to do the quick math on that. We can do that in between innings. Maybe even that might be a little tall, 5'8". There's a breaking ball, waved at and missed. Narama's in the books. We'll find out how tall he is in feet and inches when we come back in a minute. That's going to do it here for the Fighters in inning number 2. They had no runs in the inning. They did have a hit, no errors, and they stranded a runner left aboard. We're through 2 complete. We are where we started. The Hawks nothing and the Fighters nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with all the action right here on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Thanks for checking in tonight. Game 3 of this series as we've been staying with it the whole week. Your score is 0-0. We are moving to the top of the 3rd inning, and we'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. That investigation on the height of Taiki Narama. He stands an inch taller than Jose Altuve. He is 5'6.5", 172 centimeters tall. And that's what that equals out into. Well, that is going to bring up the bottom third of the batting order for the Hawks. That means it's Taisi Makihara, Ryuta Hirose, and Yudai Shoji. And the first pitch breaking ball is taken for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Lefty-lefty matchup again. As Yamazaki delivers a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 1-1. Lefty again working himself to the set. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on. It's tap foul just behind home plate. And a ball and 2 strikes now to Makihara. Leaning in is Yamazaki, nodding in agreement, likes the sign that he gets. Breaking ball misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. Another good crowd in Hokkaido for this one as the lefty delivers again. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. And Makihara goes in the books. That's strikeout number 3 for Yamazaki. And that is going to bring up the first baseman in Ryuta Hirose. And Hirose coming to the plate. He's already had a home run in this series. Batting .233 on the year, 1 homer and 7 RBIs. It was his first of the year. Batting from the right side here against the lefty Yamazaki, and there's a slow breaking ball swung on it. Has popped up foul over on the first base side. Giving chase is Gunji, but he's going to run out of real estate. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and a strike. Steps back into the batter's box, does Hirose, ready to go again. Pitch on the way, fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and now the count runs to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Left-hander against the right-hander, Yamazaki ready to go again. Pitch on the way, it's the breaking ball missing down. Count now goes 1-2. Yamazaki able to keep so far the Hawks hitters off balance, as we've yet to see a Fukuoka ball player reach base. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Yamazaki again nodding in agreement with his catcher Gunji. Here's the 1-2. Pitch on the way, and he took a little something off of that one. And swinging through it was Hirose. He's gone for the second out of the inning, strikeout number 4 in the books. And that is going to bring up the number 9 hole hitter in Yudai Shoji. Well, as Shoji comes to bat, he's hitting .243 on the year, no homers and 14 RBIs. But I have to say, by all accounts, he may look like the heir apparent to Kenta Imamiya long term. He's got some very, very good speed as that breaking ball misses outside. His glove is pretty good. He's making some nice plays. He's been very workmanlike at the shortstop position. So 1 ball and no strikes, and as Yamazaki ready to go again. Kicks and delivers. Fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count goes even at 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yamazaki nodding in agreement. It's like watching an elevator right now go up and down. And that is exactly what's happening to the Hawks. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count 1-2 to Shoji. Yamazaki. I don't know what I always expect when I see Yamazaki. I remember him with the Buffaloes, and I thought of a big-time power arm when he was first coming up, but that's really not the case, and that's not what it's turned into. And there's a fastball swung on. It has popped up down the third base line. It's a convergence of 3 players. It's the left fielder, the shortstop and third baseman, but it'll be the shortstop Mizuno who's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it here for Shoji in the third inning. They go in order yet again to the Hawks. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. Your scores. We're moving to the bottom half of inning number 3. It is the Hawks nothing and the Fighters nothing. Stick around, everybody. This is where it gets interesting. We've seen some of this before where we get to this point of the game, and the runs start to get happening in a big hurry. We'll be back in just a few, right after this musical timeout. We have a scoreline of 0-0, the top of the order coming up here in just a moment for the Fighters, and we'll be back right after this.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred with Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
That's right, everybody. We know baseball, and we know it's the top of the order slated to come to bat here to face the left-hander Yugo Maeda in inning number 3. 36 pitches for the lefty through his first 2 innings of work. As the lefty Mizuno steps in, and the first pitch on the way, a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. Mizuno, on the first pitch he saw in the first inning, hit a deep fly ball to center field for the first out of the ball game. So he jumped all over a Maeda fastball, and there's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count now goes even to 1-1. We were saying earlier that Mizuno has really swung the bat well over the last, not just a couple of weeks, but certainly in the season, hitting .288, entering the game with those 11 homers and 48 RBIs. I've been speculating on the last couple of nights. I wonder when he's going to get the call, not just for the national team, but when they might consider him the number 1 guy. Fastball misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. You look at some of the other players that are in that spot, and so certainly Sosuke Genda of the Lions is getting a little long in the tooth. He's on the wrong side at 30. Kitaro Kobayashi, of course, been getting a run out as there's a ball popped up over on the third base side of home plate, giving chase as the catcher Yamamoto, but he watches it drift into the seats. A souvenir fan for somebody from Sapporo who made it in to watch the game was going to take that home with them. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Mizuno. They're saying, though, that his play, and not only that, he also steals bases. That I don't think this year it's going to happen, but I wonder next season if he's got a legitimate chance to be a 2020 man. Fastball swung on, another one lifted in the air. It's into deep left center field. Moving over to his right, and there to make the catch is Yukio Shudo. And that is going to retire Mizuno for the second time to the center fielder tonight. So 1 up and 1 away here, and that is going to bring up the left fielder in Yuma Imagawa. Well, for Imagawa, he strides to the plate. Does not have an official at bat tonight. He did chisel a walk out of Maeda his first time up. Batting from the right side here against the lefty, and the first pitch is a center cut fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Left-hander against the right-hander. He kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that just misses outside, and the count now runs even at 1-1. And Imagawa with the big 3-run homer last night, following up the home run he hit on the weekend for his first hit of the season. As that ball is grounded foul past the bag at third base, it's going to run the count now to 1-2. So the big boss riding the hot hand of Imagawa, keeping him in the lineup Rightfully so, giving the young fella some confidence. I don't know if he's so young anymore. I guess everything to be is young these days. There's a breaking ball in the dirt that bounces away from the catcher. Yamamoto goes all the way to the backstop. I say Imagawa is young, but the fact of the matter is he's 29 years old. He's originally the 6th pick in the 2020 draft. Has had parts of 6 seasons at the NPB level. Best year would have been 2022. He had a regular part in the order for the Fighters. There's a breaking ball down. Good stop by Yamamoto. Count now runs full. Second time tonight, Imagawa has worked Maeda for a full count, making him work. In 2022, he had 309 plate appearances that year. And then you add the next 4 years combined, and I don't think he's had 309. There's a fastball swung on it. It's going to be looped into left field. It's down for a base hit in front of Kensuke Kondo. And so that is a one-out single, putting Imagawa aboard, and that'll bring up the first baseman in Kentaro Kiyomiya. So good on you, Imagawa. He keeps the hit parade going for himself. It's a shot in the arm for the Fighters, indeed. That was a tough pitch. It was a breaking ball that was down. He got it off the end of the bat, and he was strong enough to hook barrel it over the shortstop, but to drop it in front of the left fielder. So Imagawa establishes his lead over at first. Kentaro Kiyomiya at the plate. The first pitch breaking ball drops in for a called strike. Kiyomiya 1 for 1 tonight, had a single in his only trip. He's raised his season average to 248. But to be honest with you, Kiyomiya needs to be better than that at 248. He's got to be an integral piece to this lineup. And there's a breaking ball that misses up, and the count goes to 1-1. I could also say that about Chusei Minami as well. Very streaky player, has been absent in the last couple of games, both in the lineup and when he is in the lineup, also absent as well. Not getting enough production out of him. There's a fastball that just misses up, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Kiyomiya. And we're saying the last couple of nights, all the action seems to get going in and around the 4th inning. Certainly the 4th inning is the magic inning where a lot of the runs happen. That was been in the last couple of nights. Maeda does a token toss over to first base, and diving back is Imagawa. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Kiyomiya. Imagawa over at first, 1 gone in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Walked at zeros. And here comes the 2-1. Fastball swung through and missed, and now the count goes even to 2-2. That was a good pitch. Maeda threw that pitch. I don't know if it was a strike or not, but it was coming on the – yeah, it definitely was. It was knee-high on the inside corner. That's a tough pitch to hit. Kiyomiya couldn't lay off it. Even if he would have took the pitch, I think it would have been called a strike. Here's the 2-2. They're going right back to the well, but Maeda misses his spot. That pitch is swung on and lifted into the second deck down the third base line. 2-2 it remains on Kiyomiya. Maeda ready to go back to work, getting his sign from his catcher Yamamoto. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on in. Lifted foul down the left field line into the seats, and the count remains at 2-2 to Kiyomiya. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the lefty ready to go again as he works to the belt. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Shoot over to cut it off. Rounding second and heading to third is Imagawa. The throw is not in time as it was relayed in. And so a first to third, a nice base hit, the second of the night for Kiyomiya. And over to third, Imagawa here. And they have something brewing again to the Fighters as they've got runners at first and third with 1 out. And again, Franmil Reyes coming to the plate. I remember years ago, Sparky Anderson, when he was managing the they brought it up when he was managing the Tigers, but at the time when he was known as Captain Hook for the Cincinnati Reds, he used to say about his starting pitchers, you get into trouble once, I'll let you get out of it. You get into trouble twice, I'm taking you out of it. And so I'm going to wonder and speculate how long Maeda is going to be in this ball game here tonight. He's got the perfect 10-0 record entering the fray this evening, but he has not been as sharp as expected. Already 55 pitches here in the bottom of the third. And the big fella, Franmil Reyes, stepping to the dish. Now, mind you, Reyes is a double play candidate, so keep your eye on Kiyomiya. They're going to put him in motion at some point. Here's the first pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count is 0-1. Kiyomiya does not necessarily steal a lot of bags. He's only got 2 on the year. But the big fella at the plate here does not run particularly well. They can induce a ground ball. We could have ourselves an ending double play. So no balls and 1 strike as the lefty Maeda getting his sign, nodding in agreement with Yamamoto. As Reyes waits here on the delivery, here comes the 0-1. Pitch on the way, fastball off the outside corner. It couldn't induce the swing of the big fella. 1 ball and 1 strike it is. As we said, another really fine crowd in Hokkaido for this one. As the 1-1 pitch ready to go on its way. Fastball misses up and in, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Okay, the right-handed hitter Reyes again waiting in a good hitting position here. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here comes the pitch. That's a breaking ball missing down. That's going to run the count to 3-1. Well, they do have the open base, but it is Naoki Arizona waiting his turn on deck, so it's not going to get any easier for Maeda here. So maybe they're going to intentionally walk Reyes unintentionally, maybe trying to force him into a bad swing. Not necessarily give him anything good to hit. Here comes the 3-1. Again, the lefty kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left center field. This ball could be trouble. And it's back, and it's off the top of the wall. Shudo picks it up, and then he drops it. Into score comes Imagawa. Into second goes Reyes with a double, and all the way around from first base is Kitaro Kiyomiya, and the Fighters have an early 2-0 lead here. But I think that they may want to have a look at this because I think they think it may have hit the top of the wall. So I want to see if Shinjo knows something here. He's coming out to ask the officials if that ball may have done it. So we may have ourselves a video review, but we don't know yet. Either that or did a fan touch it? So they're going to ask first. I have a feeling here. So a 2-run double off the bat of Franmil Reyes. Imagawa had crossed the plate first. Kiyomiya scores all the way from first base. I want to see how they're going to score that because Shudo, when he went to pick up the ball, decided to play basketball with it. Well, we're going to have a look here. I don't know if this is a challenge or not, but they want to know if it is going to be considered a home run. But certainly the first 2 runs are across the board. It is a video review. We're going to look at it here. I don't know if I've seen too many home runs that have been challenged or not challenged. And that ball there, I think he's asking if it hit the rail above the blue line. I think they're going to lose this challenge. I don't think it did. No. I think it hit the top of the wall, and I think the umpires got it right the first time. So I think this is going to be an easy call here. They're wondering if it had hit the rail above the home run or above the fence line, which would have constituted a home run, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Regardless, Reyes has got himself at least 2 RBIs. And that is going to be one challenge lost there as it did not hit above the outfield fence. Shinjo still wanting an explanation. I think he's wanting to know why it's the challenge that he's lost. But regardless, Reyes is in at second base. The Fighters have a pair of runs on the board. And it brings Naoki Arizona to the plate with 1 out and 2 runs in. And Maeda already at 60 pitches here in the 3rd inning. Still the conversation going on from the big boss. Not sure what he is banging on about, but finally sits back down in the chair, and I guess he's happy with whatever explanation they gave him now. So here comes the first pitch to Arizona as the lefty Maeda works himself into the set position. Reyes with the lead at second. Breaking ball down. Good stop there by Arizona. I really can't see this being another inning for the starter here. I don't know how they're going to manage it with the Hawks. As the lefty, it's very reminiscent of the right-hander Ito the other night, where he got yanked after 3 innings. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. And I had a conversation with somebody the other day, and we were talking about pitchers, and they're saying about you get a pitcher that goes up above 30 pitches in an inning. Unless it's the first inning in the game, you usually don't bring them back after that, or you try not to bring them back, especially if he's got 2 or 3 innings under his belt. Fastball swung on, lifted into center field. Drifting back over underneath it is Shuto. He's there to make the catch. Arizona's gone for out number 2. Retreating back to second is Reyes. And that is going to bring up the right fielder in Yuki Nomura. Well, for Nomura, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded to third his first time up. Anyways, I just want to go back to that insight a little bit about taking a pitcher out. You spend 30 pitches plus in an inning. It takes a big-time steam out of you. And have to go back out for another inning makes it rough. So you start having guys with back-to-back 30-pitch innings, that'll do it. First pitch fastball misses outside. The count is 1-0. So we're approaching a 30-pitch inning right here for the lefty Maeda. As he gets the sign from his catcher, he nods in agreement. Nods again. Works to the belt. Here comes the 1-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, popped up foul. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate. 1-1 now to Nomura. If you just made it in here, it's first blood has been struck by the Fighters. A 2-run double off the bat of Franmil Reyes has them out in front. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nomura with Reyes at second and 2 gone here in the 3rd inning. 1-1 on the way. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Over to cut it off is Kondo. And in to try to score is Reyes. The throw to the plate is not in time. He's going to score from second base. And that's going to be an RBI here off the bat of Yuki Nomura, bringing home Reyes with the 3rd run of the inning. So a crooked number on the board here for the Fighters. Nice swing there by Nomura, and that's going to bring the infielder Makihara in to have a couple of words with the young left-hander Maeda. And that'll bring Rodolfo Castro to the plate with the Fighters up 3 bagel right now. Got to tip your hat to Reyes. He was running hard all the way from second base. Get around to score. On the RBI single off the bat of Nomura. The first pitch, fastball is swung on and missed, and the count is quickly no balls and a strike to Castro. Castro 0 for 1 tonight, popped out to the first baseman in foul territory his first time up. Castro getting the start in center field tonight. He's been all over the infield. Fastball swung on. This ball softly lined to the second baseman Makihara, and he is going to be gone for out number 3. And that is going to do it here for the Fighters in their half of the 3rd. But damage done. 3 runs in the inning on the benefit of 4 hits. No errors and 1 runner left aboard. And we are now through 3 complete. Your score is the Fighters 3 and the Hawks no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call At the top of the fourth inning, a third of the game is in the books. We'll have it for you here in just a few when we return after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the order to come to bat here for the Hawks to begin inning number 4. That means Masaki, Shudo, and Kondo. 3 runs for the Fighters in the bottom of the third inning. 2 of them courtesy of a double RBI or 2-run double off the bat of Franmil Reyes. And then, of course, a single off the bat of Yuki Nomura driving home Reyes that gave the 3-0 advantage so far to the Fighters in this one. And we're ready to resume the action as the lefty Yamazaki delivers a breaking ball that misses outside. Counts 1-0 to Masaki. So far, the lefty has faced the minimum through 3 innings. He has been very efficient, 43 pitches for the lefty. Slow breaking ball catches the outside corner and the count runs even to 1-1. I watched some of those pitches float in. It reminds me of the game the other night between the Brewers and the Mariners when they had the position players pitching. But the ball had frost on it when it came down. There's a fastball swung on and missed. Count 1-2 to Masaki. But he's been a great job of keeping hitters off balance. 4 strikeouts already recorded in this one tonight. Breaking ball down. Count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the lefty working to the set. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble. It's got carry, and it is gone. A home run for Tomoya Masaki, his 21st of the season, as he goes opposite field into the bullpen in right field, and the Hawks are on the board. An immediate response from Fukuoka. You always want your pitcher to come out and put up a 0 after you get some momentum. But a solo shot here, making the scoreline now 3-1. Brings up the center fielder in Yukio Shudo. So the Shudo standing in, ready on the pitch from Yamazaki. Slow breaking ball swung on and grounded foul on the first base side. Count quickly 0-1. So no balls and a strike. Ball game here has had a bit of a weird vibe tonight, as the 2 lefties in a projected battle here. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into deep left field. Imagawa turns, he's racing back, and he's going to make an over-the-shoulder catch at the edge of the warning track to retire Shudo. Shudo gone for out number 2 here, and that is going to bring up, check that out number 1 here, and that's going to bring up the left fielder in Kensuke Kondo. I see a weird vibe from this perspective. 9 Hawks up, 9 Hawks down, and then a solo shot to start the 4th inning for Masaki. And on the flip side of the coin, it's been a struggle for Maeda. He's thrown a lot of pitches through his 3 innings of work. Slow breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. And really, the fighters in the first couple innings have had runners on base, had runners in scoring position in both the first and second inning, not able to cash in. 0-1 on the way. Another slow breaking ball dropping in for a called strike. The count's 0-2 to Kondo. Be interesting to have a sit down with Kondo and to find out about his hitting approach at the plate. Again, the lefty ready to go, kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, chop foul over on the first base side of home plate. The count remains at 0-2. So no balls, 2 strikes. Kondo taps both sides of the plate. Does his traditional, almost like a squat, does that a couple of times. And here comes the 0-2. Pitch on the way. It's a breaking ball missing outside, and the count runs to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as the lefty Yamazaki ready to deliver again. Fastball misses down, and it's now 2-2 to Kondo. I have a feeling this game's going to get flipped over to the bullpens fairly quickly. Although I do think that Yamazaki could finish through the 6th. Maeda, I'm not as confident in. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball swung on, grounded softly to second. Narama fields it, throws to first. Kondo gone on a ground out 4-3. He's in the books for out number 2, and that's going to leave it up to the third baseman in Ryoya Kurihara. Well, Kurihara coming to the plate, 0-for-1 tonight. Flew out to center field his first time up. Batting from the left side against the lefty Yamazaki, who delivers a breaking ball and misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. 252 on the season with those 32 homers and 86 runs batted in. As I said, he got off to a quick start, kept it going early, got to 30 homers, and he kind of stalled at 30 for a while, did Kurihara. There was a breaking ball waved at and missed. Count runs even to 1-1. Top of the 4th inning, 3-1 for the Fighters. Hawks have answered back here on a solo shot off the bat of Tomoya Mizaki to lead off the inning. Here's the 1-1. Slow breaking ball misses for a ball, and the count is now 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. And the lefty working himself into the set position. Here comes the 2-1. Kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball missing up, and the count goes to 3-1 on Kurihara. Yuki Yanagita waiting his turn on deck. There's just so many offensive options and weapons in the Hawks lineup. Just doesn't get any easier. They can basically run at least 7 deep. There's the breaking ball that's down. That's going to be ball 4, and Kurihara's got himself a 2-out walk. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter in Yuki Yanagita. Gita tonight 0-for-1. He struck out looking his first time up, but we've been saying it's a renaissance or a fountain of youth type year. The pitching coach Kondo is on his way out to the mound to have a word with Yamazaki. And certainly he's 1 pitch away from having this game tied up. But Yanagita seemingly healthy again, 12 homers and 48 runs batted in. And that's good news if you're a Hawk fan. If you're a fan of the other teams, that's bad news for you. There was talk at the beginning of the season that he might be calling it a career at the end of this year, Yanagita. And if that's the case, I think they may want to revisit this and rethink it. So the first time basically since the 2023 season, he's been able to maintain health. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit in front of Imagawa. He races over to get it. He fires it back in, and slamming on the brakes at second base is Kurihara. And that is going to bring Yudai Yamamoto to the plate with runners at first and second and 2 gone. So the Hawks here have a 2-out rally going with Yamamoto striding to the plate. Not sure what the over-under was for the first 5 innings in this one here tonight. I would have thought it would have been somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 5.5. And if that was the case, well, it's in jeopardy right now. As they got 2 runners on and 2 gone. Yamamoto stepping to the dish. He is 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded his short his only time up. Hitting .347 in the Pacific League, and he swings at a breaking ball and fouls it away. 2 homers and 22 RBIs. If you go back and look at his numbers, offensive numbers with Yokohama before the trade, Yokohama only hitting .227. He had a homer and 8 RBIs. And certainly being slotted into the Hawks lineup, going to get a lot more better pitches to hit, one would have to think, with all those other big-time hitters around him or near him. 0-1 on the way. Fastball misses way outside. Count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Oh, Maeda is up and throwing in front of the Hawk dugout, so that's a sure sign signal. He'll be coming back into the ball game. Again, the lefty holding to the set now delivers. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Count now 1-2 to Yamamoto. It was a big-time cut by the catcher of the Hawks. But he wasn't able to catch up with that one. So big moment here for the Fighters as it's a ball and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second. Runner at second, Kurihara. Runner at first, Yanagita. 2 gone here in the top of the 4th. As Yamazaki nods in agreement with his catcher, Gunji, he works himself into the set position, and here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on and grounded foul. Oh, right into the third base coach. As he unable to make the play cleanly, he did good props to him. He was able to chest it up. Oh, that could get on you in a hurry. That ball was absolutely turned on, and he had nowhere to go, and he had to leap up out of the way. Gets his hands in the way because it looked like the family jewels were potentially in danger there. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. And again, the lefty delivers. And there's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Yamamoto screws himself into the ground as Yamazaki strikes out Yamamoto for number 5 for him tonight for the 3rd out of the inning. No runs in the inning. There were 1 run in the inning, 2 hits. There was no errors and 2 runners left aboard. Their scores, we move to the bottom of the 4th inning. It is the Fighters with a 3-1 lead. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few after this. We appreciate you for listening on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Hold tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly.
If you're new here, this is our buddy Steve Rademacher. Be sure to go check him out after the game, as he'll keep you entertained with all kinds of weird and crazy things across his channel.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Thank you there, Steve. And we are heading ourselves to the bottom half of inning number 4, as it is going to be slated to come to bat. The 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Fighters. That means Yuya Gunji, Taiki Narama, at the top of the order, Tatsuki Mizuno. So Gunji striking the plate. He is 1 for 1 tonight. He had a 2-out double in the second inning, but he was left stranded, as he has his season average up to 246 with the 5 homers and 23 runs batted in. He tugs the cap or the helmet and gets himself set in. Here's the first pitch from Maeda. The first pitch breaking ball misses down. 68 pitches for the Fukuoka lefty. 1 ball and no strikes. Lefty delivers again. There's a fastball center cut for a called strike. The count goes even to 1-1. Maeda has pitched very well this year, but tonight he has had his struggles. Rocking slowly into the windup, but he kicks and delivers. There's a slow breaking ball swung on. It is lifted foul into the seats down the first base line, and the count now 1-2 to Gunji. And the 10-0 record is in jeopardy right now as they find themselves in a 3-1 deficit due to the Hawks. But the individual accomplishments, I'm sure he doesn't care about. He'd rather get the win. Fastball swung on, belted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble. Back on the warning track, leaping and making the catch up against the wall is Masaki. And Gunji is gone for out number 1. Boy, he sent that ball for a ride, as he is gone for the first out. We'll get a look at the replay on that one. He goes opposite field. It was a high fastball up at the letters, able to get on top of the ball to be able to drive it, and Masaki able to pull it in. That ball would have not have left the yard. It needed probably another 2 or 3 more feet, as there's a first pitch breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Narama. Narama 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his first time up. Breaking ball misses outside, and the count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Our friend Jeremy Orr in the house. He says it's here, but it won't let him chat, but he gave us a super chat. I don't know why it's not letting you chat. That's strange. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ironically, you can give us a super chat. Just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Sometimes I understand that people get booted away or kicked off these subscriptions. So it's for subscriber only in the chat. Just make sure you hit that button if you haven't done it already. There's a fastball swung on and missed. Narama's gone for the second out of the inning, and it's going to bring up the top of the order in Tatsuki Mizuno. We did that I'd say probably about 2 months ago. One of the listeners to our channel said, just put it on subscriber mode. And they got to be honest with you. When people do come in here and they sit and they listen, it's cut down on a lot of the riffraff. First pitch breaking ball misses outside, and the count is 1-0 to Mizuno. Mizuno 0 for 2 tonight. He has flown out to center field twice, as the breaking ball misses up and in, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Maeda ready to rock back into the windup. He kicks and delivers. Fastball at the knees, taken for a called strike, and the count now 2-1. That was the 80th pitch of the ball game delivered by the lefty. So Maeda rocking back into the windup, and he delivers again. There's a fastball that just misses outside. Count now 3-1 to Mizuno. Again, the lefty rocks into the windup and delivers. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed. It's now full. I do the quick count. I like to see how many times the pitchers go full on hitters. It's ironically only been 3 times tonight for Maeda, but he's thrown a lot of pitches to certain hitters. And there's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Mizuno's in the books. He's gone for out number 3, and that is going to do it here for the Fighters in their 4th inning. They go in order 1, 2, 3. They haven't done that yet tonight. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. Your scores were now through 4 complete. It is the Fighters enjoying a 3-1 lead over the Hawks. Stick around. The top of the 5th is with us, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. I got to go refresh my beverage, and we'll be back in just a few. Your score is 3-1 for the Fighters as we move to the top of the 5th. We'll be right back after this musical timeout. Taisi Makihara to lead it off here against Yamazaki. Takes a first pitch breaking ball down for ball 1. Makihara 0 for 1 tonight as he struck out his only time up. Then he swings through a breaking ball, and the count now goes to 1-1. My friend Jeremy in the house. Glad to see you here, Jeremy. We've been pretty good, actually. It just was a busy spring and a busy early part of the summer as the 1-1 pitch is ready to go, but Yamazaki stepped off the backside of the rubber. I'm not sure what the delay was, but we'll get back to the action here. 1 ball, 1 strike. Going to do we did a stretch of games here, a bunch of fighter games, it seemed like, because this will be the last one for a bit. Breaking ball misses inside, and the count goes to 2-1 to Makihara. We are going to be on the airwaves again for the Saturday and Sunday games between the Hawks and the Buffaloes. As the 2-1 pitch ready to go on its way. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded on 1 hop right to Kotaro Kiyomiya. He steps on the bag, and Makihara is gone for the first out of the inning. That is going to bring up the first baseman in Ryuta Hirose. And so after we do 2 games, then it is going to be off to Taiwan for a couple of weeks. So the channel will be running our shorts. We put our swing videos up, and it'll be a couple of weeks in Taiwan, so we won't be around as much. But we will be around nonetheless. So we have offering here from the lefty Yamazaki, and it's a breaking ball that it just misses inside, and the count is 1-0 to Hirose. Hirose is 0 for 1. He has struck out his only time to the plate. And there was a breaking ball down, and the count goes to 2-0. Jeremy says he wasn't getting game alerts, so I had to unsubscribe for a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand that sometimes, that you, even when you subscribe and sometimes people hit the bell, they don't always get the information. Fastball swung on, and it's grounded foul over on the third base side. Count goes to 2-1. I know I watch other channels outside of sports. There'll be people that will be talking about politics or whatever it might be. And they say sometimes people get unsubscribed from the channel, or you don't get the notifications if you stop watching for a bit. I don't understand. It's like unsubscribing to something you've subscribed to, even though you haven't unsubscribed. There's a fastball that misses up. It's now 3 balls and 1 strike to Hirose. Hirose, one of the few right-handed hitters in the order. DJ Lloyd's asked the question, do you think the Hawks will come back? There's a breaking ball swung through and missed. The count is full. Yeah, they're the Hawks. The Hawks, let's it's in the 5th inning here, and we've got a 2-run ball game, and they are the best team in the Pacific League, and they're playing like it. Even last night, they had that game, for the most part, under control. There's a breaking ball in the dirt. It gets all the way to the backstop, as Genji's going to have to chase that one down. Over to first goes Hirose, as he's got himself a 1-out walk. DJ Lloyd says, Dodgers versus Rocky type stuff. Well, the Fighters, or I should say the Hawks, have been, playing very good baseball this year. They had a stretch earlier on that they got out of the gates a little bit slow, but once they hit their stride, they have been very, very good. That brings to the plate the shortstop Yudai Shoji, as the lefty Yamazaki holds to the set position. He checks the runner at first, kicks and fires. There's a breaking ball that misses up, and the count is 1-0. I wouldn't put the Hawks in the Dodgers category, but the Hawks do spend money. So do the Fighters. The Fighters right now are just a little bit on the green side. When I say green, in terms of they're in a position where they're almost ready to start taking over that spot from the Hawks. They're just not quite there yet. They haven't unlocked the key to do it. As diving back to first base is is Hirose. 1 ball and no strikes to Shoji. Lefty Yamazaki works to the set. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a slow breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count now 1 ball and 1 strike. Jeremy says he hasn't been able to keep up with the NPB much this year. Yeah, it can take a bit of work to do that, especially when the time zones are not in alignment. You either got to get up the next morning and check it out, the stats, or catch the end of the game if you're on the East Coast. Fastball misses up. It's now 2-1 to Shoji. But I have a feeling next year you're going to have all kinds of time to keep up with the NPB, especially if Major League Baseball decides to lock its players out. Because there's not going to be a whole lot of baseball going on in North America, I would seem, early on, as the MLB tries to get its house in order. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Kick and deliver. Squaring to bunt is Shoji, drops it down the third baseline, but it's just going to roll foul. Oh, that was a good idea. He was showing absolutely no sign to bunt, and then he decided, hey, let's drop one down. That wasn't a sacrifice. That was a attempt for a base hit. Just rolled foul. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Looked like try to catch Arizona napping down there at third base. So count is even at 2s. Runner at first, Hirose. 1 gone here in the top of the 5th inning. Yamazaki gets the sign from his catcher. Again, he works himself into the set. Here's the 2-2. Fastball swung on, popped up down the left field line, giving chase third baseman Arizona, and he's going to make it over the shoulder catch. Gets it back into Mizuno. Not the easiest of plays for the third baseman. In fact, probably an easier play for the shortstop, but Mizuno nowhere to be seen there. That is going to retire Shoji for the 2nd out of the inning, and it's going to bring up the top of the order in Tomoya Masaki. And for Tomoya Masaki, he has been the only offense we're talking about. He hit the solo shot to lead off the top of the 4th, as he went the other way off of Yamazaki, so he is 1 for 2 tonight. Lefty ready to deliver. There's a really slow breaking ball over for a called strike. That dropped in at 57 miles an hour. And Jeremy says they might be showing college baseball next year, which is not a bad thing. I don't know. The major league level is one thing. They also got to figure out the minor league level too. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and hammered foul over on the third base side. I was talking to a couple of the minor league players locally here, and they were saying recently that don't bat an eye that Major League Baseball is going to try to reduce the bonuses given to the players who are drafted, but that they're going to raise the wages of the minor league players. Some of the minor league players might be pulling in $100,000 a year playing minor league baseball. So in other words, the guys who were getting $10,000 signing bonus and making, 50 cents a month, just pumped a fist. Breaking ball misses down and the count's 1-2. And so there's been a lot of talk about that in minor league circles, so that might be something they're going to do, drop the big time bonuses. A guy who's a first round pick is still going to get, millions of dollars, but may not get the 7 or 8 million they're throwing under their noses now, or 10 or whatever it is that the number one pick for the White Sox got this year. So reduce the bonus money for these signings and give more players money at the minor league level. Breaking ball misses down and the count now goes to 2-2. DJ Lloyd says he knows Scooball since he was 10. He was from Kingman. Yeah, that's right. I think they were originally, for some reason, I want to say they were either Washington or California folks, and then they moved to Arizona at a young age. 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the lefty delivers, there is a fastball swung on. It is popped up foul. It's going to reach the seats. On home plate, the count remains at 2-2. 2 gone here in the inning. Runner at first is Hirose. Masaki at the plate here with a 2-2 count, and it's already the 87th pitch here for Yamazaki. Got to wonder how much life he's got left after this inning. DJ Lloyd says the Bay Area. Yeah, you're right. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. On its way, breaking ball misses down and away. Oh, Yamazaki wanted that one. But no way, says the home plate umpire. And I do think that he was begging on that pitch. That pitch did not look like it had caught the corner. Yeah, I remember correctly, and his dad had a bit of a falling out in the Bay Area with wherever they were coaching, and they ended up packing up and leaving. Which is, happens from time to time. People have philosophical differences. See that on a regular basis. Here's the 3-2 pitch. On its way, fastball swung on and fouled away on the first base side, and the count remains full to Masaki. Jeremy Orr says, what do you think of the MLB salary cap? Well, I get into this in the chat, and I say, well, I think every American out there believes in free market economy, I would think. Compete. I know the Dodgers are competing. I don't like the Dodgers, but they're spending money. What about the other teams? When are they going to compete? Breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into right center field, and making it over the shoulder catch is the right fielder Namura. Oh boy, good swing there by Masaki, just not quite good enough, as that ball has been able to be run down for out number 3. And that is going to do it here for the Hawks in the top of inning number 5. No runs in the inning. There was no hits, no errors, but there was a runner left aboard. A half of this game is in the books. And your score is the Fighters with a 3-1 lead. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back here in just a few. Appreciate you guys for listening in. We'll be back and continue to chat with the chat right after this musical timeout. Nice job by Gunji. But we'll be back in just a bit.
Tie-dye. Wonder where this fairy came from. She's from heaven. Heart souls of the Amazon.
Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters to come to bat for the Fighters in inning number 5. It'll be Imagawa, Kiyomiya, and Reyes. The lefty Maeda still in the ballgame at 83 pitches through 4, as he'll be facing the 2, 3, and 4 hitters here. Our friend DJ Lloyd says, if you know Russ, he's a hard-nosed guy. Breaking ball missing down, counters 1-0 to Imagawa. Imagawa has reached base twice tonight, a single, he scored a run, and he's walked. Breaking ball misses up and away, and the count goes to 2-0. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, living on the West Coast is a little bit different than growing up in the Midwest area. And when you are in those areas, certainly I can tell you from my own perspective, is that breaking ball is tap foul. The people tick differently on the West Coast than they do in the industrial areas. For better or for worse, there's a lot of great qualities living on the West Coast. There's also some other things that I'm not a huge fan of. Fastball swung on, it's lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and Imagawa continues this torrid pace of hitting. He's got himself a single. And he is aboard here to lead off the 5th inning, and that'll bring up the first baseman in Kentaro Kiyomiya. And when I say that, it's the folks are a little bit different on the West Coast to the East Coast or to the Midwest or the different parts of the country. And, if Russ has got an edge to him, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to feel uncomfortable. And I think if in Russ's case, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I would probably say he probably says too bad. Is the way it's going to be. And there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count's 1-1 to Kiyomiya. And I know all about that. Not an easy situation when you've got your ideas or you got your plan and you know what it works. And by all accounts, from what I've read, there was a lot of things that worked. Fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the first base side, and Kiyomiya is in the hole here at 0-2. Kiyomiya's had a good night tonight. He's 2 for 2 tonight. Both of his base hits have been up the middle. And he says, that's why you see Tarek with some fire. Yeah, it's good to have. You got to have an edge to play this game. I remember Buck Martinez a few years ago said he used to like to have, and there's a breaking ball that's in the dirt. Kiyomiya did go around, says the home plate umpire. That's going to be a strikeout in the books. He's gone for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the DH in Franmil Reyes. He used to say, Buck Martinez used to say he used to like football players that played baseball or baseball players that had football background, that they would play with an edge. Well, I don't know. I think the positions also do a lot for you too. If you're a linebacker or a safety, you might tick a little different, or if you're a fullback and you bring that edge to you on the ball diamond, understand why guys like it. Brings the fire. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses outside to Reyes, and the count is 1-0. And so Skubal, he's got the compete level. He wants to compete. Going to the Dodgers, and now here's your opportunity. So we'll find out if it's going to be a fit. Is it going to work for Skubal? There's a breaking ball swung on, his grounded softly over to the left side into the 6-hole deep. And making the play and throwing over to second is the shortstop, Shoji. What a play by him. That's going to be a fielder's choice. They couldn't get Reyes on the backside as he's going to reach first safely. What a nice play there by Shojo. Here it is. DJ says he is a Diamondback fan. Been to the stadium a couple times in Arizona. In fact, I saw a 3-game series against the White Sox a few years ago. I had a buddy of mine who was working for the D-backs. He's no longer with them. He's moved on to another organization. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses down, and the count is 1-0 to Arizona. But really like the stadium, and I hear they're talking about changing the stadium, a new stadium in Arizona. I thought the stadium they had was pretty good. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Arizona as the lefty kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and chopped foul behind home plate. The count goes even to 1-1. Ball and 1 strike. Arizona 0 for 2 tonight. He has popped to first and he has flown to center. Just as a reminder, at the end of this half inning, we like to call it the Japanese halftime. That is where they take a 5-minute break between the 5th and the 6th innings. We'll do the same as that breaking ball misses down, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Arizona. We'll get a chance to stretch our legs, refresh our beverage, do a few jumping jacks, so we can stay the course here for the rest of the game with you. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball down, and the count goes to 3-1. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Ketel Marte. And Brian Solera thinks that his time is over in Arizona. It's too bad. Ketel Marte, what a great player he's been with that organization. 3 balls and 1 strike. Coming here to Arizona, there's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted foul into the seats down the first base line. So I don't know what's happening there. I mean, there was a lot of trade rumors about him being moved prior to the deadline. That's gone on for a couple of seasons. I know he started his career in the Seattle organization, and Seattle basically traded him and got a bag of nails back. Well, maybe not quite, but ended up getting a player of an MVP caliber quality in Marte for not as much. There's a fastball swung on it. It's popped up over on the right side. Moving over underneath it is Makihara. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to do it, as that is going to retire Arizona for the 3rd out of the inning. And that is going to do it here for the Fighters in their half of the 5th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 1 runner left aboard. Your scores, we're through 5 complete. It's 3-1 for the Fighters. We're going to take our break here, as it is what we call the Japanese halftime. Take that 5-minute break. The cheerleaders are going to come out and entertain you. We're going to go get our drink, and we're going to entertain you with some drums. We'll be back in just a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Your score is 3-1 for the Fighters. The top of 6 will be around the corner, and we'll be back to bring it to you in just a couple of moments.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. It is no balls and 2 strikes to Yukio Shudo to begin the 6th inning here, as he's been behind in the count, and that breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-2. 90 pitches through 5 innings for the left-hander Sachiya Yamazaki, as he is ready to go back to work. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on. It is lined right back to the pitcher. Oh, he picks it off his shoe tops. Nice defensive play by the pitcher there. Shudo is going to be gone for out number 1 here in the 6th inning. He's going to bring up the left fielder in Kensuke Kondo. Fred Jeremy asked the question, how are his Tigers doing? I assume it's the Hanshin Tigers because, not mistaken, Jeremy is a Brave fan. And that would be the Hanshin Tigers are having a pretty much a standard season. It's really them and the Giants over in the Central League who are 1-2, and somebody's going to finish first, and it may be the Tigers in this case. Breaking ball delivered to Kensuke Kondo, taken for a called strike, counts 0-1. Kondo batting from the left side against the lefty. Kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that just misses outside. Count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Another breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Kondo waiting, and there's a fastball swung on, grounded over to the first baseman Kiyomiya. He fields it underhand, flips it to the pitcher covering. That goes as a ground out. 3-1 for the 2nd out of the inning, and that'll bring up the third baseman in Ryoya Kurihara. Looking at the standings, starting in the Pacific League, the Saitama Sea Blue Lions find themselves 6.5 games back of the Hawks. In 2nd place, the Fighters are in 3rd at 7.5 back. And the Buffaloes, well, the Buffaloes are at a point right now where they're starting to drift. They are 8 games behind the Fighters. And the top 3 teams are looking pretty solid with about 30-some-odd games left in the season. Not a lot of time left to catch up if you're the Oryx Buffaloes. You're going to have to play probably over 600 baseball the rest of the way. There's a fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the first base side. The count is 0-1. Mind you, last year in the Central League, or 2 years ago in the Central League, the Hiroshima Carp won something like only 5 or 6 games in the month of September. They were in first place, I believe. That was in 2024. They were in first place in August, and they fell right out of the playoff picture. They were absolutely abysmal from about August 15th to the end of the year. Breaking ball swung on, chopped right in front of home plate. They're going to have to hurry. Racing down the line. The throw is wild, and it gets down past the first baseman into the right field corner. as Ryoya Kurihara is going to be aboard. It was like a swinging bunt, and the catcher had pounced on it. Gunji almost collided with the pitcher, and then he threw that ball, or the pitcher almost collided with the catcher, and he threw the ball away. If the throw was good, I think they may have had him. I'm going to wait to see what they're going to rule that as. I do think it's going to be E2. That's going to bring Yuki Yanagita to the plate. So for Yanagita, he's officially 1 for 2 today, as they throw over to first base, and getting back easily is Kurihara. Over in the Central League, the Tigers are in first place. They got a 4-game lead on the Giants. Those two teams are pretty much locks. Bay Stars find themselves 10.5 back of the Tigers. The Swallows in fourth place, 11.5 back, and the Swallows are going in one direction, and that's down. And ironically, the Dragons at one point looked like that they were going to make a run, and they have just cooled off again. They find themselves back in the cellar. The one saving grace the Carp have is they've played the least amount of games. They got a lot of makeup games to be played, as that breaking ball had missed Yanagita. 1 ball and no strikes. Jeremy says he is a lifelong Braves fan. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on, grounded over to the right side, fielded by Kiyomiya. His only play is going to be to first. And that's going to be a ground out to 3, and that will do it here for the Hawks in their half of the inning. I didn't get the number to see if it was going to be a base hit for Kurihara. I'll try to look that up in a moment. Looks like we're going to have a pitching change. Maeda's day is done. We'll be back to give you that in just a couple of minutes' time. We have no runs in the inning. We'll confirm the hits and the errors. And there was a runner left aboard. We'll be back in just a few. It is the bottom of the 6th, just around the corner. Fighters are in the lead 3-1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments to try to answer all your questions when we return after this.
Hello? Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in. Check them out. Leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Tom in here says, does anybody think that the Buffaloes will beat the Lions today? Good question. The pitching matchup on that game today is Espinoza against Sugiyama. Hard to bet against Espinoza. He's had himself a pretty strong season for the Buffaloes this year. 10-4 on the year, and posted himself up a 2.56 ERA. This has been the best that he's pitched for the Buffaloes in his 3rd season. So my answer to that is I do think that they have a good chance to get a victory. The only thing is the game is at the Balluna Dome. Somebody change it a little bit. We do have a pitching change. It's going to be Gota Suzuki coming on here for Yugo Maeda. So Suzuki on in relief, and the first pitch is a breaking ball delivered that misses outside to Yuki Nomura for ball 1. So 1-0 here. Right-hander against the right-hander. Suzuki, we saw him the other night. There is a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count now runs even to 1-1. So he's got a little bit of a different look. He's a bit of a sidewinder, working from the stretch position. That's the 1-1 ready to go here to Nomura. There's a pitch that misses down. They appeal to the first base umpire, but they said that Nomura did not go around. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Just going back to the last half inning, we were looking to see how they had ruled that. Was it an error or was it a base hit to the catcher? There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Looks like they gave Kurihara a hit on that one, so not so much the error. Maybe a little bit surprised about that, but I think Kurihara would be happy about it. Here's the 2-2 pitch. As the right-hander Suzuki ready to deliver. Breaking ball misses down and away, and now the count runs full. So that just updates our stats that he did have a hit in the inning, and there was no error. So 3 hits tonight for the Fighters. For the Hawks. 7 hits for the Fighters. Breaking ball just misses off the outside corner. It's going to be ball 4. Nomura's got himself a leadoff walk here. It's going to bring up the center fielder and Rodolfo Castro. Well, not so sure that Castro's coming to bunt. Just a gut feeling on that. Typically speaking, he is in the lineup to swing the bats. We'll see if that is going to hold suit here. Castro tonight, well, he is officially 0 for 2. He has popped to first and he is lined to the second baseman softly. Tom in the house, so we thank you for listening in. And he says, likes listening to the channel. We appreciate that. Our friend Tink in the house. Tink, glad you can make it in. We missed you. Didn't see you last night as they throw over to first base, and diving back is the runner Nomura. The question came in. He says, do you think that the game will go over 6.5? Yeah, I kind of do, actually. I mean, it's the way this game is shaped up and the way the teams score runs against each other. Yeah, I do. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the right field line, and the count is 0-1 to Castro. Demon Slayer in the house. He said he went 3 for 3 yesterday. Carp Dragons under 6.5 and barely won. Jeremy says, how should I try to catch up for the playoffs? You know what? You just try to pick up the every day. Try to go and look at Sport Navi on Yahoo, or try to get yourself into the action. It's not that hard, really, because that ball's grounded foul past the bag at third base. You just got to start locking in a little bit, start following a little bit more, reading every day. You don't have to always look in or listen in. Demon Slayer says 5 runs in the last 2 innings. So no balls and 2 strikes to Castro. Suzuki comes into that set position. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-2. Castro here in the hole. Nomura, the runner, over at first. Yuya Gunji waiting his turn on deck. Here comes the 1-2. As the right-hander delivers, there's a breaking ball swung on and fouled off into the catcher. And the count remains at 1-2. So the picks, it says, what's the pick for the next games? Trying to throw some lunch money on it. It looks like it's it's all Greek to me, or it's Ukrainian or Russian. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. And Castro's in the books for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the catcher in Yuya Gunji. Our good friend Demon Slayer may chime in on something different. But when taking a look at the lineup here tonight, or the games to pick, at the Rakuten Mobile, The Eagles have been bunk all year. It's hard to pick the Eagles, but then they're playing the Marines. Not like that's any better. It's a basement bowl. I probably would lean toward the Eagles in that one with Maeda on the hill. Buffaloes and Lions, we just talked about that a few minutes ago, probably would go toward Espinoza, the visiting team. He's been pitching great for the Buffaloes. First pitch from Suzuki to Gunji is a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Counts 0-1. Gunji tonight 1 for 2. He's got a double and 2 trips, and he has flown to right. I would stay away from the Bay Stars and Giants. I don't know enough about what Brian Mata is doing over there, although it is, he's only got 4 starts. Shintaro Fujinami, the Mount Fuji, starting for the Bay Stars. Probably would stay away from that one. Fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is 0-2. It's Takahashi for the Swallows at the Kyocera Dome against Shimamura for the Tigers. Pretty much the rest of the way I'm going to be betting, or if I am betting, I'm doing it against the Swallows. And then the game between the Carp and the Dragons, Yumeto for the Dragons against Kobayashi for the Carp. Probably leading Carp in that one, just because they're at home. But I would stay away from that one too. I wouldn't even go anywhere near it. I wouldn't even offer any advice. It would be just lunch money that you're playing with, hoping that you can upgrade your Coca-Cola to a Coca-Cola with ice. Fastball was swung on and fouled away in the count 0-2 to Gunji. Don't know if that answers everybody's questions, but those are my thoughts. I'm sure the Demon Slayer will have his. Yeah, Demon Slayer says Carp don't score. Yeah, they don't score. Their pitching's okay at times. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball swung on, and it's lifted foul down the right field line. Count still remains at 0-2 to Gunji. So no balls and 2 strikes. Runner at first is still Nomura. 1 gone in the inning. This game here has had, just as I said, it's been a bit of a weird pace to the game. I would be surprised if we saw Yamazaki for another inning. Both pitchers came into tonight's game undefeated. 10-0 Maeda here against 5-0 Yamazaki. Breaking ball misses outside, and the count goes to 1-2. And I'll say this, that the way this game is going, I could see both of the pitchers not getting a decision. Easily see the Hawks coming back and tying it up. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right-hander against the right-hander as Suzuki holds to the set. Now he delivers. Pitch on the way. Grounded right back through the pitcher into center field for a base hit. And Gunji with his second knock of the night. He's aboard over at first base. Stopping at second is Nomura. That's going to bring Taiki Narama to the plate. And we'll see if the big boss maybe decides to go to his bench. Narama, who's played some really good second base tonight, making all the plays. But he has been offensively inept tonight, striking out both times he's come to the plate. So let's see what the big boss has up his sleeve here. There's a time to go to your bench, maybe to get some offense, because they do have some others. But no, Narama is coming to the bat. So Narama 0 for 2. Average has dropped to 257 on the year with those 4 homers and 22 RBIs. As the right-hander holds himself to the set, now delivers. He bunts down the third baseline, and he bunts it foul. So no balls and 1 strike to Narama. The question comes up, am I going to be streaming the next games? Nope. Just the one tonight. We're taking tomorrow off. All the games are in the middle of the night. Not going to, or at least in North America. And we'll be back on the call on for the Saturday and Sunday games. We're going to be doing the Hawks and the Buffaloes. That'll be Friday night, 10 o'clock Pacific or 1 a.m. Eastern. So if you guys are in the neighborhood and got nothing else to do, come on by. Our friend the Demon Slayer asks, well, you did have the tugboat start today, so that was interesting. So no balls and 1 strike as the pitch is on the way. There's a fastball that misses outside. Count goes to 1-1. For those of you who don't know, Tugboat is Matt Wilkinson. He got nicknamed Tugboat when he was in the Little League World Series. I don't know, some 10 years ago. He was like 200 plus pounds, carving up the Mexicans for the Canadian team out of Vancouver or out of White Rock, BC. And squaring the bunt again is Narama. He gets it down. It's a good one. Oh, and they turn into soccer players. They can't pick it up. They kick it around to the Hawks, and they're not going to get anybody. Narama's got himself an infield single. It's going to load the bases. I don't think they're going to rule that an error. I think that's a base hit. Although it was bunted down, even if they would have made the play, I don't think they would have got it. We'll get a look at it again. He pulled back. He dropped it down. It was not down the third base line, but Suzuki went to pick it up. He had to come a long way. The third baseman, Kurihara, nowhere to be seen. Demon Slayer says they traded a pile of their 10 pitching prospects. Yeah. I'm not sure what the Giants are doing. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see if Buster knows what's going on. Well, we'll see if they rule that a hit or not. But regardless, the bases are loaded, and it's the top of the order for Tetsuki Mizuno coming to the plate. Last night, if you were with us, Mizuno hit a grand slam, and this is a eerily similar type of situation. He's got the bases loaded. Coming to bat here. Yesterday it was in the 7th inning that he cleared the bases with the grand slam. And tonight, bases are loaded again right now, but we're in the 6th. And here's the first pitch from Suzuki. It's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Mizuno. And we've been talking about Mizuno throughout the night. We said, at what point in time is he officially going to be anointed as the shortstop or the number 1 shortstop for Japan? It's got to be pretty close. And by the way, they did rule that as an error on the pitcher. So Narama did not get a base hit. So that loaded the bases. So here's the 0-1 offering to Mizuno, and he swings and fouls that one away. It's going to reach the seats down the left field line, and the count now goes to 0-2. People often ask, can the Hawks come back and win this? The Hawks are one of the couple of teams that can hit their way out of trouble. So even if they go and they find themselves down to another run or so, there's so much firepower in that offense that they can come back. So no balls and 2 strikes to Mizuno as the right-hander Suzuki, who's ready to deliver his 23rd pitch of the inning. There's a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded over to second. They're going to come home for the force. They get that one, and they go down to second. Oh, my goodness. That is something I sure didn't expect from Yamamoto. So it's going to be a fielder's choice as Taisi Makihara throws the runner out at the plate. And then Yamamoto, instead of going back to first, he throws the ball down to second, and they almost get the runner at second base on the back end. How about that for a play? I don't think I had that on my bingo card. Everybody on the bases are safe. But it will be a fielder's choice that Mizuno bounces into. Out at the plate is Nomura. He's in the books for the second out. That's going to go 3-2, 4-2 on the putout. Everybody else advances a base. Gunji goes over to third, Narama over to second, and Mizuno at first. That's going to bring Yuma Imagawa to the plate. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Crucial point of the game right here. Bases are full, 2 gone here in the 6th. Fighters have got a chance to pad their lead. And I'll say this, if Imagawa here can do some damage, he's been aboard 3 times tonight. He's 2 for 2 in a walk, and he's scored a run. And he's in the hole here at 0-1. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Hawks, if they can snuff this out here, that could be a momentum shift in this game. Fighters able to put some runs on the board here. They can stretch the lead. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on. This is looped softly into shallow right field. And Makihara racing back and over the shoulder. He makes the catch. And that is going to do it. Emagawa gone for the third out of the inning. And the Fighters threaten, but they don't score. They load the bases. No runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was an error. And 3 runners left aboard. Your scores were now through 6 complete innings. It is the Fighters 3 and the Hawks 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with all the action in just a few. 2/3 of the game is in the book. And we'll be back to bring you more action after this musical timeout. Stay with us, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the top of the 7th inning. It is going to be Yuta Yamamoto, Taisi Makihara, and Ryuta Hirose to come to bat. We do have a pitching change as the Fighters are going to their bullpen. So both of the starters are done for the night. This is going to be number 96, and this is Eli's son. I think we've seen Son every night in this series. This will be his 12th appearance. He's got himself an ERA of 2.84. So he'll be taking over here in relief. I got to go back and look at my charts here, but pretty sure that's the case. I remember a number of years ago, I had crossed paths with former pitching coach Don Cooper, and we were in Cleveland. I stand corrected. It's only been last night. No, yeah, it was last night that we saw the Taiwanese right-hander. Anyways, I was going where I was going with this with Don Cooper. He was the pitching coach for the Chicago White Sox for many moons, and he basically said he never uses a reliever, at least during the season, 3 nights in a row. A very interesting piece. And uses a guy back-to-back nights, but won't use you 3 times running. And that is where the case is. You start looking at teams and you wonder how they use or manage their arms. Fastball misses outside to Yamamoto. 1 ball and no strikes. So Eli Son on the hill here as the right-hander rocks into the windup and delivers. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses upstairs. And the count now goes to 2-1, or to 2-0. Carlos in the house here. Pitch on the way. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count goes to 2-1. Jeremy Orr says the Braves do that. And he also said the other thing is, too, is that he also doesn't want guys to sit more than 2 days in a row. So if they don't pitch, they'll probably go up and have a sign session somewhere. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle, fielded by Mizuno, moving to his left. Oh, what a play by Mizuno. And that right there underscores why I think he could be the national team shortstop or the regular once the days of Sosuke Genda are finished. What a play by him. It's going to go in the books as a ground out 6-3 for out number 1, and that is going to bring up the second baseman in Taisi Makihara. If you get to Instagram tonight and you get a chance after the game, go take a look at that. That is pretty good. Demon Slayer says, check out Edwin Diaz. He is getting cooked right now, that's for sure. First pitch is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away by Makihara, and the count is 0-1. Makihara tonight 0 for 2. He has struck out and grounded out in his 2 trips to the plate. As the righty Sun kicks and fires, there's a breaking ball swung on, grounded over to the right side, fielded neatly by Narama. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Makihara on a ground out 4-3 for out number 2. EV says the Phillies look nice. Well, I said the other night, my prediction is going to be the Brewers and the Yankees. And I said that, and then Max Fried goes on the injured list. I expect if they have Fried, Schlittler, Cole, and Rodon, who's supposed to be coming back this month, that could be a fearsome foursome. There's a breaking ball that is check swing fouled over on the first base side, counts 0-1. Demon Slayer's all in on the Phillies. The Phillies are not a bad pick either. I was telling you, I was talking to a friend of mine back east, and he likes the Phillies as well. He thinks they're starting to come together at the right time. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses up and in, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As the right-hander again kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball swung on. It's lined into left field. It's going to get out for a base hit. It's going to get all the way to the wall. Rounding first and heading to second is Hiroshi. And so he's going to be aboard with a 2-out double. So they have their chance here. Everything tonight, it seems to start for the Hawks when they have 2 gone. They haven't seemed to be able to get the leadoff guy on. I'm just looking tonight. Only Masaki's home run in the leadoff position has been the only base runner that has reached base in the leadoff spot. It's going to bring Udai Soji to the plate. He is 0 for 2. He's popped to short, popped to third in his 2 trips. But I stand corrected. Soji's night's going to be done, as it's going to be Hikaru Kawase coming in to pinch hit. And so he's batting from the left side here. Kawase coming off the bench, and the first pitch is a changeup that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Kawase batting from the left side here. I haven't seen him in the series. Mr. Shoji getting his chance at shortstop. Kawase, veteran, what I would call utility player. He's been around for a few seasons. Always seems to get the opportunities. Demon Slayer says he loves Schwarber. Schwarber, I like Schwarber too. I just don't like Schwarber in the leadoff spot, but it's another topic. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses down, and the count now goes to 1-1. Got to take advantage of the opportunities, the Hawks. This is one of those opportunities right here. As Kawase waits here on the offering from the right-hander Eli Sun. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball just misses off the outside corner, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike. And again, the right-hander ready to deliver again. Shaking off the sign from his catcher. Now he gets one that he likes. Sun works to the set, checks the runner over at second, pitch on the way. Fastball swung through and missed, and the count now goes to 2-2. And I got to say, if I'm Sun here, to me it's good old-fashioned hardball against a hitter like Kawase. Challenge him with your best, and I think his best pitch is his fastball and when he throws it for strikes. And I would crawl the ladder up, see if Kawase can do what he can do against you. Be confident in your pitch. Be confident in your stuff. So I don't think Kawase is going to do damage here if he can do that. 2-2 on the way. Fastball swung on and battled off, fouled off by Kawase. Count remains at 2-2. I really like this arm that they have here for the Taiwanese right-hander. Yeah, nothing like high heat. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Last night's game that went extra innings, that thing seemed to drag on for a while. This one here looks like we're in for another afternoon affair of long baseball. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. You know, sometimes like Tuesday night in Chiba, nobody really cares. But you get into a day game where it's the only game in town, it just seems like they want to keep the game going for as long as they possibly can. Not that that's a bad thing, but certainly feels like they could have better efficiency in the way the game has been played. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Right-hander delivers. It is a split-finger pitch, swung on and missed. And Eli's son comes in and does the job here as he's able to retire the side. Kawase not able to do his damage after Hiroste's double. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 run left to board. We are through 6.5 innings. Your score is the Fighters with a 3-1 lead over the Hawks. Stick around, everybody. It's that time. We like to do our take me out to the ball game Japanese style. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. The Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks are going back to the bullpen again. It's going to be number 68, Hikaru Kimura, coming into the ball game, as he will be the third pitcher used by the Hawks in this one. Our friend the Demon Slayer says, I'm the only guy doing this game in English. Well, that's great, because if you wanted to hear me do it in Japanese, we would be here for a long time. I don't think I'd be able to get that done for you. So Kimura on in relief. Kawase stays in the game to play shortstop in place of Shoji. And it'll be Kiyomiya, Reyes, and Arizona to come to bat here against the right-hander in the 7th inning. As the first pitch on the way, as a fastball swung on it, is popped up behind home plate. Giving chase is Yamamoto, but it's going to reach the seats. I remember when this stadium was built that they had said that the distance between the point of the plate and the backstop was, I think it was like about 6 feet short, something like that. That they had made a engineering design error. And it's supposed to be, I think, 60 feet from the point of the plate to the nearest part of the stands. And they failed in doing so in the design. Nice job. And they had to get a special appeal from the NPB, like they were going to deny it. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left center field. This ball is going to be trouble, and this ball is going to be gone. Kotaro Kiyomiya with his third hit of the night. But this one leaves the yard into left center field and has increased the Fighters' lead to 4-1. A solo shot here to lead off the 7th inning. And the Fighters fans are into a frenzy. There's a lot of nice young ladies in purple skirts up in the stands that are cheering hard for Kiyomiya. I don't know if that's his section or not. But regardless, they are on his side, and that is now a 4-1 lead here for the Fighters. Yeah, there's a fastball that's taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Reyes. Jeremy said there is a channel, but they don't do it regularly. Yeah, I say regularly, we've been doing it since 2020, I believe. As that pitch is down and it's taken for a ball, they appeal over to the first base umpire, but they say that Reyes didn't go. The count's 1-1. I remember we were sitting in the stream and we'd had a couple people. There was a Korean fellow who was living in Vietnam. There was another fellow named Ben Roberts who at the time was living in Yokohama, and that was basically me to two people. We started doing it. As that pitch misses inside to Reyes, and the count is 2-1. And it was just fun, just sitting there because, we didn't have anything else going on. And I remember the stadiums, they were playing in empty stadiums, watching the games and just having fun and doing it. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, nothing else to do. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and lifted foul down the first baseline. Counts 2-2. And then the audience just seemed to start to grow over time. And we unfortunately can't call everything, but our goal is to try to get about 150 games in this year. I think we're going to fall short of that. But we are going to probably be north of 100, maybe 125 by the time the season's done with the playoffs. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the pitcher has stepped off the mound, he goes to the rosin bag. We're going to go through this sequence of events again here with the Franimal. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as he comes out set to the belt here, and then he raises to his chest. And the 2-2 is on the way. It's a fastball that misses inside. It runs the count now full to Reyes. So I've had a lot of fun in doing the games. And, of course, we've got all kinds of different people that, we've met over time period that listen in and stop in from time to time. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle, fielded by Kawase. Plenty of time. He throws to first, and Reyes is gone on a ground out 6-3. Even met some of our listeners over the years. I haven't seen CV Baseball Card Collector in tonight, but Caesar was up in this area a couple of years ago. Got together for a coffee, show him around the town a little bit. So this brings Naoki Arizona to the plate. Trying to think, we've had a couple other folks we've crossed paths with. Anytime you get a chance to meet the listeners, it's a good thing. There's a fastball swung and it breaks the bat of Arizona. They're going to have to hurry to get him. Oh, a nice play by Kawase. He had to avoid the bat, field the ball. The bat ended up almost into shallow left field. He had to skip over top of the bat to have to field the ball to be able to throw at Arizona. So that is 2 in the books as that ground out goes 6-3 for out number 2, and it's going to leave it up to the right fielder and Yuki Nomura. And our friend Jeremy says thank you. Yeah, well, we thank you guys for hanging out here as well. First pitch to Nomura is swung on and fouled away. Counts 0-1. As the right-hander steps off the backside, again goes to the rosin bag. He's had to do that a couple of times here. Has the reliever Kimura. So here comes the 0-1. Pitch on the way. It is a breaking ball down. Runs the count even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And the right-hander holds himself to the set. And Kimura delivers. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right field. This ball is going to be trouble. Back onto the warning track, looking up, and gone. A solo shot off the bat of Yuki Nomura, and it's going to increase the score line to 5-1 for the Fighters. So if you guys are looking at the over-under in this one and you're taking the under, start biting your nails. 2 solo shots here in the inning, making the score line 5-1. And that is going to bring up the center fielder in Rodolfo Castro. Well, for Castro, he comes to the plate. He's 0 for 3 tonight. He has popped to first, lined to second, and struck out in his 3 trips to the plate. So he might be happy to see Kimura, as a couple of the other hitters have been in this inning, and he takes a first pitch fastball down and in, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Fighters. Fastball swung through and missed, and the count goes to 1-1. And the right-hander ready to go again as he holds to the set. Pitch is on the way. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is off the fist. They're going to have to hurry to get Castro. The pitcher dove to try to make the catch. It ended up getting by him. Taisi Makihara had to charge the ball, field it, and throw it on the run. And that's going to do it as Castro's gone for out number 3. They had 2 runs in the inning. Both came on 2 hits, which were solo home runs, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now through 7 complete. Your score is the Fighters 5 and the Hawks 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Appreciate you for listening on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back for the top of the 8th after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the 8th inning, and it'll be the top of the order to come to bat for the Hawks. Masaki, Shudo, and Kondo, as they now find themselves down by 4. Our friend Jeremy says he likes the podcast that we were doing. We did some podcasts last year. We haven't done anything with that this year. Part of it is time, part of it is prep, and I have to get myself into a rhythm to do it. And much like this year, where we were not calling games. I would say we went on a spot where we didn't call games from middle of May until into June. The time in real life was just busy. And also felt good not to have to do anything. Put the feet up, relax. Sometimes watching games, but not having to call them. It's fun. It's fun sitting here doing it, but it does take work to do it. And, sometimes when the other stuff gets in the way, it's a bit of a problem. Got the highlight of my week. I bought a new chair last week. People laugh. You tell you're getting old when you get yourself a lazy boy chair. And that is exactly what I did to be able to put my feet up and relax. We do have a pitching change as the Fighters are going to their bullpen here. It is going to be Ren Fukushima, making his 17th appearance of the year. He's got an ERA of 3.41. He'll be the 3rd pitcher used. Looks like we have a new third baseman as well as Daigo Kawabata coming in for Arizona. I assume he's going to be in that spot in the batting order. So Ren Fukushima on in relief. We'll see what he has up his sleeve tonight. And so the only offense tonight from the Hawks in terms of run production has come from this hitter here. This is Tomoya Masaki. 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a solo home run to his name, and he takes a fastball up and in for a ball. Hawks are running out of outs in this one here. And the pitch is a breaking ball. Take it for a called strike. The count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. There's a breaking ball that misses upstairs. The count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike. Fukushima rocking into that windup and delivers again. There's a split finger pitch and misses down. It's now 3 balls and a strike. They need some base runners, and they got to get some points on the board if they want to get back into this one, down by 4. And the Hawks are starting to run out of outs. They got 6 left here. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And that's a breaking ball that misses. It's going to be ball 4, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Fukuoka. A leadoff walk here to Masaki, and that is going to bring up Yukio Shudo. AMJ says, who's pitching for the 8th? Ren Fukushima has come on in relief here as he's taken over for Eli Sun. And it's going to bring Yukio Shudo to the plate with Kensuke Kondo on deck. So Shudo, a little bit hard luck and hard done by tonight. He's hit the ball hard a couple of times. He's grounded to second. He's lined out to left, and he is lined to the pitcher. There's a fastball swung on. It's going to be grounded through the 6 hole into left field. That's going to be a base hit. And now the Hawks have runners at first and second with nobody out, and it's going to bring Kensuke Kondo to the plate. So don't look now. Here come the Hawks. Jay says Fukushima and who? Well, Fukushima is on for the Fighters, and it was Kimura who came in relief in the last inning, but he served up a couple of solo shots. I don't think he's coming back out for the inning number 8. I bet dollars to donuts on that one. So Kondo stepping up into the dish here. He is officially 0 for 3 tonight. He's grounded out twice and struck out looking. And the first pitch from Fukushima, breaking ball that misses upstairs for ball 1. Didn't get the call. The catcher there, Yuya Gunji, thought that was going to be a strike, but kind of gave that look of disbelief that they didn't get the call when he double pumped back to the pitcher. When you got Kensuke Kondo at the plate, he knows. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Fukushima delivers fastball at 94 that misses way upstairs. Count now goes to 2-0. Jeremy says, how is the Koshin this year? Can't find much. Well, it's going on right now. Don't really know myself either. And we've got the pitching coach, Kato, is making a beeline to the mound. He's coming out to talk to his pitcher. I got to be honest. I don't like the Koshin tournament is a massive tournament in Japan. It's the biggest one. I'm going to see my buddy in a couple of weeks when we're in Taiwan. And he won the Koshin tournament in 1993. They have a spring Koshin and they have a fall Koshin tournament. He was on the team. He was pitcher in the spring Koshin that won it. And, it's a massive event across the country. Everybody just loves it. But as massive as it is, I don't really keep tabs on it. It's hard to get information. You can catch the odd game here and there if you really hunt for it. And outside of Japan, it is hard to get certainly English information on the Koshin tournament, but what a wonderful tournament it is that they play. They basically evict the Hanshin Tigers from their home stadium. Well, what do we have here? We got a catching change. in the middle of the batter. It was Yuya Gunji who was behind the plate. They got runners at first and second, unless he had to get an equipment adjustment. That's pretty weird. So runners at first and second. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Kondo. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a pitch that squirts down and it gets away from the catcher. It's going to run the count now to 3-0. So in jeopardy of loading the bases here, it is Gunji still behind the plate, so he must have had an equipment adjustment, or maybe he had to go to the bathroom really quick. I don't know, one or the other. So 3 balls and no strikes. Ryoya Kurihara waiting his turn on deck. I wonder if they're going to turn Kondo loose at 3-0. Here comes the pitch. On its way, fastball misses up and in. That's going to be ball 4. And the Hawks have the bases loaded here with nobody out. Something is brewing for sure. Fukushima has brought his gasoline can out and soaked the mound, lit it on fire, and now it's going to bring Ryoya Kurihara the tying run to the plate. Kurihara tonight is 1 for 2. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also walked. And Fukushima here has got himself in a big-time jackpot. So the runner at third, Makihara, runner at second, Shudo. Over at first, it's Kondo, and Kurihara stepping to the plate. The Pacific League home run leader. Fukushima ready to deliver. The first pitch on the way. Fastball misses inside, and the count is 1-0. That's 5 balls in a row issued here by the right-hander. He's thrown 11 pitches. And of the 11 pitches he's thrown 9 for balls, only 2 strikes so far. Put the bat on the shoulder and wait him out. Here comes the pitch. 1-0 on the way. Fastball misses inside, and the count goes to 2-0. Tom's waiting for the Buffaloes to take place. And right now, we got this one on our hands. A 5-1 ball game. Bases juiced. Nobody out here. Top of the 8th inning. Fighters trying to hang on. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. On the way. Fastball belted into deep right field. If it stays fair, it's trouble. And this ball is gone. A grand slam home run off the bat of Ryoya Kurihara. And that has tied the ball game up here at 5 apiece. Ren Fukushima absolutely comes in and blows it apart for the Fighters, just like last night. The Hawks have left the fans in Hokkaido in disbelief. Masaki to score, Shudo to score, Kondo to score, and in comes Kurihara with his 33rd homer of the year. Absolutely destroys it. And we have a brand new ball game as we are locked at 5. Second grand slam in as many nights. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter in Yuki Yanagita. And all Fukushima could do is just watch that one depart. And that is going to be the end of the night for Fukushima. So stick around, everybody. We got a pitching change on our hands as Yuki Yanagita will be coming to the plate. And our good friend Steve is going to keep you entertained while the change takes place.
Hey, where are you going? It's a pitching change. Come on, sit back down. You don't go out there. Don't go get no food or anything. You've got a big decision. Are you gonna throw in there Raleigh Fingers? Maybe Goose Gossage? How about maybe Mariano Rivera or Lee Smith, Dennis Eckersley? Who knows? It's a pitching change. Come on back. You know who I would pick for this? A nice, tall, cool one. There's my pitcher. That's my pitching change. That's a winning combination. Come see my channel. Every day is opening day. And according to Bob, I must be in the front row. Blah.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change for sure. They're going to the left-hander, and this is going to be Mizuki Hori, who is coming on in relief of Ren Fukushima. So I predicted a couple of innings ago, I said neither of these starters are probably going to get a decision in this game. Well, that has now officially come to fruition, as it is now going to be a battle of the bullpens. So the lefty Hori coming in relief here as Fukushima, a walk, a single, a walk, and a grand slam home run off the bat of Kurihara has tied this game up at 5. As we are moving now along here, it'll be Yuki Yanagita to come to the plate. Tom said, you said enjoy the loss. Yeah, well, that's the way it's going. I would have probably said at the beginning of this game, I would have taken the under. But, at the same time, too, we were talking about it last night that this is the 20th game between these two teams this year. The Hawks have won 15 of the 19 played, as the first pitch is up and into Yanagita for ball 1. And the problem is that there's been a lot of runs scored between these two teams in their games. It's been an average of about almost 9.5 runs a game. 1-0 pitch is a fastball missing inside to Yanagita, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Those of you that just joined us, we thank you for popping in. It's a brand new ball game, 5 apiece here in the 8th. And there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-1 on Yanagita. And you would have thought the fighters with the 2 solo shots they had in the bottom of the 7th off the bat of Kiyomiya and Nomura would have given them a safe distance to run away with this, but not so much. There's a breaking ball swung on it, is popped up down the left field line, giving chases Kawabata, and he's there to make the catch in foul territory. And Yanagita is going to head back to the dugout for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the catcher in Yudai Yamamoto. So Yamamoto is striding to the plate. He is 0 for 3. He has grounded out twice and struck out. Crypto says, grand slam, you got it. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses up and away, and the count is 1-0 to Yamamoto. Yamamoto batting from the right side here against the lefty Hori, who kicks and fires. Fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Crowd on their feet from Fukuoka cheering their road team on here as there's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1. Jay Wett Bussin says literally the same thing happened yesterday. Yeah, and you know what? Only an inning apart. And the pitch is on the way. It is a fastball swung through and missed, and the count now at 2-2 to Yamamoto. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Taisi Makihara to follow here. As the lefty Hori ready to deliver, pitch on the way. Fastball swung on it. It's lifted foul down the first base line into the seats. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Yamamoto. Again, the left-hander Hori delivers. There's a slow breaking ball swung on, and it's lifted foul over on the first base side of home plate. And 2-2, it continues here to the hitter Yamamoto. Jeremy was asking, how did you know there was going to be a comeback? Well, certainly the pitching that they have here and the hitting of the Hawks, just you can look at that. There's a fastball swung on and it's fouled right into the feet of Yamamoto, and he goes down like a house of cards. 2-2 it's going to remain, but he's going to be slow to get up. The trainer is coming out to see him. I mean, as far as I'm concerned here, the Hawks, their ability is just too good. I don't know what's going on with the bullpen of the Fighters right now. They got to sort themselves out on their back end. You know, I'm not sure. I don't know their injury situations as much. But some of their pitchers who you would expect to see, Seiji Tanaka, where to be seen. Other guys like Kawano, who we've seen. I haven't seen him in recent days. Takumi Yamamoto, haven't seen him recently. Saito, don't know where he's at. There's a fastball swung on, his chopped right back to the pitcher. Oh, that's a nice athletic play by Hori. He throws to first, and Yamamoto's gone on a ground out 1-3. That's gone for out number 2, and it's going to bring up the second baseman in Taisi Makihara. So I look at the bullpen right now of the Fighters, and it's at this time of the year, I'm not so sure I really like what I see in the back end. I think they're going to have to get themselves sorted before the playoffs turn around. Jeremy says the pitcher was in too long. I think we came into the game, it was in too long. What would I say? He had thrown 11 pitches and he only threw 2 strikes, and then the next strike that he threw ended up into the seats. A fastball misses down to Makihara. Count is quickly 1-0. Lefty Hori ready to deliver again. Pitch on the way. Slow breaking ball almost hits Makihara, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. And the lefty working to the belt. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. It looked more like a cutter than anything else. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is. Lefty Hori ready to go back at it again as he works again to the set. Here's the 2-1. There's a fastball at the knees taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nash says, I think we'll see another walk-off tonight. Well, it's putting it into place here. The Fighters may be in that position to do it. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Makihara gone for the 3rd out of the inning. Hori comes in and does the job after Fukushima does everything but. 4 runs in the inning on the benefit of only 2 hits. There was no errors and nobody left the board. Your score as we are now. Moving to the bottom of the 8th inning, we are all locked up at 5s. It's slated to be Gunji, Narama, and the top of the order Mizuno to come to bat when we return after this. 5-5, everybody. Brand new ball game, and we'll be back in just a few.
Do you hear that? My sanity about to break while everyone I know's out. On a trip, on a boat, on a lake. I'm tired of feeling on FOMO, babe. I don't even care if we stay home. Put our to-do list on ice. We crank the AC to 79 and make it.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be coming to bat the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Gunji, Narama, and Mizuno. Our friend Demon Slayer says he's given me the algorithm. Yeah, his algorithm is pretty good. And do you win every single one? No, you don't. But it certainly helps you make a better piece to that. Almost got to think about doing a video for that. That's for sure. Nash says he discovered Kaz Okamoto through our streams. Blue Jays legend. Yeah, a little surprised that the Blue Jays invested in Okamoto, but he's paying dividends for sure for them. He's solved the issue over at third base. Getting a little bit of first base action, I think, right now with Vladdy on the injured list. We do have the pitching change, as it is going to be a right-hander. It is going to be number 66 entering the ball game, and that will be Yuki Matsumoto. We saw him in last night's affair, so he will take over. So Yuki Matsumoto in, as he's going to be facing Yuya Gunji to get things going here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Gunji tonight officially 2 for 3. He's got a single, a double, and he's flown to right. He's had a pretty good night at the office. First pitch, breaking ball. Taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Demon Slayer says he'll fill the chat. You know what? Got to be honest. I was laughing a little bit with it. As I say, you almost want to do a video for it. Breaking ball down, 1-1, and explained out. It'll be the Demon Slayer YouTube channel. Go check out his algo. That would be pretty cool. The explanations given to it. I still want to see something with the park factor to be involved, especially when they play the neutral site games. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and lifted foul. Count goes to 1-2. And I think of park factors, you think of Major League Baseball, there's only 2 turf fields now in the MLB. Everything else is played on grass, as it should be. But how does turf affect it differently? Thinking about hitters 40 years ago in Major League Baseball, the approach at the plate, just how the game was different played. So much turf in Japan. I can't think outside of the Carp. Where else is there grass? There's a fastball swung through and missed. And that was quick work of Gunji. He's gone on strikes for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the second baseman in Taiki Narama. And of course, the Koshin Stadium is played on dirt in the infield. So a little bit different scenario there. So one of the bucks that brings up the second baseman in Taiki Narama. Narama tonight 0 for 3. He's reached on an error and struck out twice. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung through and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. When we return, turf has an increased injury risk, said Nash. Yeah, absolutely. Fastball misses outside, especially the old turf. That was pretty much once upon a time. Brampton Baller says, no way Okamoto played in these leagues. Of course they are. It's the Japanese league. Where do you think he came from? So here comes the 1-1 pitch as the right-hander delivers again. Fastball swung on and it's popped foul over on the first base side, and the count goes to 1-2. He might have beamed Okamoto in from the moon, possibly. Sugiyama up and throwing. That's the closer for the Hawks. Yeah, Nash. Yeah, the Roki, when we were calling the games when Roki was pitching, called the game one night when he threw the perfect game. There's a pitch that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. I remember I almost packed it in. We were having problems. It was issues with the internet. We lost the internet connection and all the rest. I think there was some late night maintenance, and Roki's in the middle of a perfect game. And then we came back, stayed with it, lost an inning in the middle of the stream. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2 to Narama. I'm glad we did. Got to see Roki pitch an absolute gem. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as Narama waits here on the offering from Matsumoto. And there's a fastball swung on, grounded over to third, and it's booted by Kurihara. It took an in-between hop, came up on him and handcuffed him. It's going to go in the books as an E5. That would have been the second out of the inning, and it'll bring up the top of the order in Tetsuki Mizuno. Brampton Ballers says, all those players? Yeah, absolutely. And you forgot Sagano of the Rockies. Got a bunch of guys. They all came out of this league. Then when you got nothing to do next year, because Major League Baseball is going to get locked out, then you can lock in full-time to the NPB. So this brings Mizuno to the plate. He's 0 for 4 tonight. Flown to center twice, struck out, and bounced into a fielder's choice. And the first pitch to Mizuno is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Mizuno's had a nice night defensively, but last night was the big night offensively. Oh, yeah, don't forget Yoshida and Shota. Those guys as well. Fastball misses up, and the count goes even to 1-1. Yeah, and Imai is struggling as well. I heard they moved him to the bullpen. Haven't really checked in on the Astros lately. 2 players that keep your eye open that he said they want to go to MLB next year is Ito of the Fighters and the third baseman Tereki Sato of the Tigers. Those are the 2 front runners. And as the ball was thrown over to first base and diving back is Narama. Nash is saying that there are some KBO players hanging around the league too. Yeah, there is. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to first. They go to second for 1, back to first, and that's going to be an inning-ending double play. That's going to go in the books as a 3-6-3 double play. And Mizuno gone on the trail side. Nice play there by the first baseman, Hiroshi, as they were able to get Narama for the second out. And on the trail side, Mizuno, the end of the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, no runs, no hits, 1 error, and nobody left aboard. Your scores. We move to the top of the 9th inning. We are all locked at 5. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We're into the deep water, everybody. 5-5 as we head to the 9th. I got to go refresh my beverage so we can give you guys the call when we return. Stay with us after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're just a little late getting back into our seat here, but we are going to the top of the 9th inning. There is going to be a pitching change, and we'll get you all that information when we come back in just a few. Your score is 5-5, and we wouldn't expect anything different between these 2 ball clubs as they're slugging their way into an entertaining one here tonight. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few.
Never really know what's going on. Look at me sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out,
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be slated the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat for the Hawks here in inning number 9. It is Taisi Yanagawa who is coming on in relief for the Fighters, as he is going to be the 5th pitcher used tonight in this one. And we are about ready to resume the action here. Hirose stepping to the plate. He is 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. Has a double and 2 trips. He's raised his season average to 242. As we're ready to resume the action. As the first pitch on the way, it's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Question is Sato the MVP frontrunner again? I would think so. He's got to be the number 1 candidate in the Central League. There's a fastball that swung through and missed. The count goes to 1-1. As far as the Pacific League's concerned, I would think Kurihara is going to be in that conversation for the Hawks. There's a fastball swung on him as the count is 1-2. In a 12-team overall league, NPB, there's 2 leagues within it, or I guess whatever you want to call it, however you want to look at it. I don't know why they have one for the Central and one for the Pacific. It's only 6 teams in each league. Fastball misses up and away. Count is 2-2 to Hirose. 5-5 deadlock here in the top of the 5th inning, and I just have this feeling tonight we're going to see a 10th inning. I just get that feeling. And Agawa ready to deliver again. 2-2 on the way. Fastball down, and the count now goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, I don't understand that. It is 12-inning max. That is correct. Remember correctly, I think Nash, you're not from Alberta, are you? Were you the ones who calls Alberta their home, the Edmonton area, if I'm not mistaken? 3-2 pitch on the way. Fastball swung through and missed, and that is going to retire Hirose. He's down on strikes for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up Hikaru Kawase. Well, for Kawase, this is his second at bat of the evening. He came in as a pinch hitter in inning number 7 for Udai Shoji. And he struck out in his only trip to the plate. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball ticket for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Our friend the Demon Slayer is fired up tonight. That is for sure. We'll try to keep it to baseball, though, Demon. Fastball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-1. Brampton's looking for some help for MLB home runs tomorrow. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, squaring to bunt is Kawase. He bunts it. That's a good one past the pitcher. They're going to have to hurry to get him, and there's no chance as Kawase is going to reach safely over at first base. So a bunt for a base hit. That's going to bring up the top of the order in Tomoya Masaki. So for those of you who just joined us, the Hawks have a base runner on here in the 9th inning, 1 on and 1 out. It's going to bring the top of the order, Tomoya Masaki, to the plate. Masaki is already homered in tonight's game. And so we've got the Hawks looking to try to push a run or 2 or more across the board here. Masaki has got his average up to 284 on the year. The home run tonight was his 21st of the season. The first pitch is a fastball missing down, and the count is quickly 1-0. Our friend, the Brampton Ballers, I agree with that. He says Murakami needs somebody else to pair with him. He's kind of doing it on his own there, but even when he played with the Swallows in the NPB, at least he had Santana and Osuna around him. You know, and for that level of play, they had some protection. Fastball swung through and missed. And the count is 1-1. Yeah, Japanese parlay, but they're going to have to pay you in yen. So 1 ball and 1 strike as the right-hander ready to go again. He checks the runner over at first. And again, he checks him again as he works himself into the set position. Here's the 1-1 fastball, taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2. Yukio Shuda waiting his turn on deck for the Hawks. As they're getting into the top part of the order. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning, it's going to be Imagawa, Kiyomiya, and Reyes slated to come to bat for the Fighters. So they've got their power group coming to the dish. And the pitch is a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. So our friend Slumpgoon in here taking his shots, and we already asked the Demon Slayer to tone it down a little bit, but we don't need you to fire him back up. So just sit back, chill, and relax. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as Masaki battling here the pitcher Yanagawa. As it's on the way, it's a fastball that just misses outside. That was a good pitch. 3-2 now to Masaki. The right-hander Yanagawa really wanted that pitch. But no such luck. You're going to have to win it. You're going to have to go right after him. 3 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander works to the set. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. There goes the runner down to second. And it's a strike him out, throw him out to end the inning. Masaki down on strikes for the second out. Caught stealing his Kawase. He goes in the books 2-6 on the putout for out number 3. And that is going to do it here for the Hawks in the top of the 9th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left aboard. It's an unconventional 1-2-3 inning, and the Fighters will take it all day long. We're going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Your score is the Fighters 5 and the Hawks 5. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few right after this. We'll update our ticker for you as well. The score is right. It is 5-5. We'll see you in just a few. I've jumped the gun a little bit. I thought it would be Sugiyama coming in, but it looks like it could be Mori. We'll come back and get you the pitching change in just a couple of moments. Appreciate you guys for hanging in with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We got a change upon us.
Well, you got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play. But you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. I thought we would see Sugiyama. Instead, we're going to see Yuki Samori. He is coming on in relief, as he will be the 5th pitcher used tonight by Fukuoka. So Samori on in relief, as he will be taking over. It looks like we may have a pinch hitter for Imagawa. Again, I'm not sure why. Imagawa 2 for 3 tonight. A couple singles and a walk, on base 3 times. But it looks like it is going to be Hosokawa into pinch hit for him. We'll have to take a look here and confirm that for you in a minute. Ryohei Hosokawa. And then it'll be Kitaro Kiyomiya and Franmil Reyes to follow here. So it is going to be Hosokawa coming to bat, as he will take over for Hosokawa on the season, batting .231. He's got a couple of homers and 11 RBIs. Opportunity for him here against Yuki Samori. Batting from the left side, Samori kicks and delivers the first pitch fastball, moves him off the plate for ball one. And so 1-0, Hosokawa is ahead in the count. Right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses up and away. Count goes to 2-0. We got a question in the chat about how we're watching this. Well, as we do every night, you can go back in the stream to the 7-minute mark, and then it can be explained to you. There you go. And then it gives you all the answers on how you can find a stream or a TV broadcast. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Counts 2-1. 76 Fish in the house. He says, I'm late. Nope, the game is all locked up at 5s as we're in the bottom of the 9th inning. Bottom of the 9th here. Nash says he feels a Franmil walk-off. As I said, a little surprised that they would have Samori in to face this group. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side, fielded by Makihara. He throws to first, and Hosokawa's in the books on the ground out, 4-3 for out number 1. And that is going to bring up the first baseman in Kitaro Kiyomiya. Well, for Kiyomiya, we were talking about it last night. He couldn't have had a worse game last night, and he ends up walking it off with a base hit. He got picked off in the game as base runner. He was not very good at the plate, made an error in the field. But tonight he has come to play. He is 3 for 4. He's got 2 singles, a homer, and he has struck out against Hawk pitching. And the first pitch is a splitter that is swung on and missed. Counts quickly 0-1. So no balls and a strike. As the pitch is on the way, there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-2. Well, I would think tonight that the fighters would be favored because it is the bottom of the inning at this point if you're looking at the live stuff. And they got the big part of the order coming up here against Samori. I wonder when it goes back, if this inning does end, how they would shape up after that. Who's got the better arms in the pen? Breaking ball down, and the count goes to 1-2. God is great, still listening in the background, and we're glad you are here to do it. Appreciate you as always. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is to Kiyomiya. Here comes the pitch from Samori. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that misses way upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-2. And he really waggles the bat, does Kiyomiya. Waiting on the pitch here from the right-hander Samori, who works himself to the belt. And the 2-2 on the way. He kicks and delivers. Fastball misses outside. Now it's 3-2 to Kiyomiya. Franmil Reyes looming on deck. It's been a fun night tonight, as it has been the last couple of nights. Some midweek baseball. Lots of people in the stream throughout the night. Glad you guys could check in with us. 3-2 on the way. Fastball swung on, hammered, foul. Count 3-2. As we said, glad everybody can make it in tonight to be able to listen to the call that we are giving you here. Kitaro Kiyomiya in a battle here. 3 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander again holds to the set. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. He blows it right by Kiyomiya. That's a big-time strikeout as the right-hander Yuki Samori able to deliver here. That's going to bring up Franmil Reyes. So I wonder if Dash has got the script because he's calling for – he's definitely calling for the walk-off from Reyes. And they do have a conference on the mound as the pitching coaches come out as they're going to want to discuss how they're going to pitch to Franmil. Very interesting situation here. He's in scoring position when he walks into the batter's box. As we all know, the Franmil on the season, 26 homers and 64 runs batted in. And the conference is about to be broken up here as Carano, the pitching coach, is exiting the mound. So Samori gets his pep talk. They discuss how they're going to pitch against Reyes. And I guess they're going to put him on. He's just held up the fingers. They're not even going to pitch to him. So 2 outs, they're going to put Reyes on. I don't know if I like that decision or not. I'm a bit mixed on it. I think I still pitch to him, but I don't give him anything good to hit. And maybe you can induce a couple of bad swings. Maybe you can get him in a position. So they're intentionally walking Reyes. They're going to put him on so they could face Daigo Kawabata. I'm curious to see if they're going to leave Reyes in to run. I guess they are while he's at first base. I mean, that's not the worst decision. Keep him in the lineup over there. So this will be the first at bat of the ballgame for Kawabata. He came in defensively for Naoki Arizona earlier on. And this is his first at bat of the evening. And here comes the first pitch with the runner at first. And 2 away. Fastball center cut for a called strike, and the count's 0-1. The thing I like about, maybe I don't like about it, but the thing I do like about putting the runner on and leaving him at first without pinch running for him, if you get to second base in scoring position, it's a different animal. Fastball swung on and lifted foul, and the count is 0-2. And then I would probably consider doing that. Maybe running for the big man, because a base hit from second is going to have to score him, and you want to make sure that you get somebody with some wheels out there to get it done. So no balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander ready to go again. Working to the belt. Here comes the 0-2. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball lifted foul down the left field line, and 0-2 it remains here to Kawabata. So in the hole is the third baseman of the Fighters. No balls and 2 strikes. He chokes up on the bat. He's looking to trying to put the ball into play. Pitch on the way is a fastball missing up and away. Count 1-2 to Kawabata. Samori's been pretty efficient in his pitch count. He's only thrown 15 pitches so far here in the inning. As again, the right-hander works to the set. Here comes the 1-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside. The count now runs to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. I don't know if you guys are hearing me or not. But I just had to take out our mic there for a bit, get a little bit of feedback. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, belted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble, but it's not going to leave the yard, not deep enough, as it's going to be hauled in by the right fielder Masaki for out number 3, and that is going to do it. He hit the ball on the screws, did Kawabata, just not hard enough, and he has gone for the 3rd out here in the 9th inning. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard on the intentional walk. Your score through 9 complete It is 5-5, and that means we're going to be going to extra innings. The top of the 10th is around the corner, and like between the 5th and the 6th, they do take a little bit of a break. We are going to take about a 3-minute break here, just a little bit more, so they can go bring the cheerleaders out and drag the field. And we'll be right back after this timeout. Now that the playing field is level again, I do think that the favorite has to be the Hawks now. I don't know where they're at bullpen-wise with the Fighters. I would think that that is where they are going to be the ones to be the favorites from this point out here. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. It is going to be coming to bat the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Shuto, Kondo, and Kurihara when we return after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top half of inning number 10. It'll be Shuto, Kondo, and Kurihara slated to come to bat. We're just waiting for confirmation of the pitching change for the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters, as one would expect they're going back to the bullpen again. Hang tight, everybody. It is a 5-5 ball game, top of the 10th, and we'll come back in 30 with all the action right after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the lefty Kenta Uhara coming on in relief as he is taking over here for Yanagawa. Yeah, you'll be slated to face Shuto, Kondo, and Kurihara. So all three left-handers coming up to face him. We'll see how this all plays out here. He's just completing his tune-up tosses, and we're ready to resume the action here in just a couple of moments. So if you guys have got to the refrigerator, and make sure you guys are able to get yourself another drink, refresh your beverage. We got ourselves a nice water. I put the water in the freezer so it would be able to be nice ice cold when we're ready to drink this last 3 innings up. So Yukio Shuto coming to the plate, 1 for 4 today. He's got a single and 4 trips. He tries to square to bunt, and he did offer. It's no balls and 1 strike to Shuto. Shuto with the wheels, as he can get on the bases and do some havoc, and that's what they want to try to do here. So Ihara ready to go back to work as the lefty kicks and delivers. It's a fastball down. The appeal over to the third base umpire. They say he didn't go. That's going to run the count even to 1-1. Tough part of the batting order. Shudo, Kondo, and Kurihara to come to bat. And the fighters, well, they're getting into the bottom part of their order. It'll be Nomura, Castro, and Gunji. Fastball swung on, grounded through the 4-hole into right field, and there you go. The speedy Shudo is aboard with a leadoff single here to start the 10th inning. That's going to bring up the left fielder in Kensuke Kondo. Nash asked the question. He says, when do the playoffs start? It is in October, and I'll get you the dates on when that's going to be, because got to get through some of the rainouts and the makeup games at that particular point in time, which they have scheduled into early October as they throw over to first base and getting back. The first playoff game is going to be Saturday, October the 10th. And then they also play on Sunday the 11th and the 12th. They are taking the Tuesday off. There goes the runner down to second, and Shudo has got himself a stolen base. He's moved into scoring position just like that. Stolen base for Shudo. On the first pitch, he was off to the races. And I don't think it was a strike to Kondo. It is a ball there. So 1 ball and no strikes to Kondo. So now he needs to be able to get one over to the right side at the bare minimum to be able to get Shudo in to score. They're concerned about Shudo. They're keeping him close because a base hit to the outfield, a very good chance he can come home and score. So Uehara works to the set. And here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into center field. Racing in and diving and making the catches, Castro. And retreating back to second is Shudo. So unable to get the job done is Kondo, as he's going to be gone for the first out of the inning. Castro makes a nice play. When you look at Shudo, the way he runs and the way Castro runs, two different abilities in the outfield. But you got to tip your hat to Castro. He was able to make the catch to put away the hitter Kondo. And that is going to bring up the third baseman in Ryoya Kurihara. Well, for Kurihara, he's already been the hero once tonight as he hit the grand slam home run to tie the ball game. As he comes to bat here in the 10th, officially tonight, 2 for 3. He's got a single, the grand slam, a walk, and he has flown to center. So Uehara works himself to the belt. And the first pitch on the way, fastball comes up and in on Kurihara, almost hit him, and the count is 1-0. So ball and no strikes. Nash said that would have scored if he didn't make that play. Well, if he would have kept it in front, it would have put runners at the corners. Fastball swung through and missed. Count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 gone here in the 10th inning. The runner at second is Shudo. Ball and a strike to Kurihara. As the left-hander Uehara has got himself in a pickle here. They're really jockeying with the runner at second base. And here comes the 1-1. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side. They needed that in the last at bat. Fielded by Narama. That's going to get Shudo over to the third. So now he's 90 feet away from scoring the go-ahead run. It's going to bring Yuki Yanagita to the plate with 2 gone here in the inning. Yeah, if Kondo could have, that ball was a sinking liner that Kondo hit to center field that Castro had to dive on. And because he was coming in and it was shallow, yeah, Shudo wasn't going to be able to tag up on advance on that one. But too difficult, too risky. So Yanagita coming to the plate, 1 for 4 tonight. And they're going to walk Yanagita. They're going to hold the 4 fingers up just like Franmil Reyes did. And they're going to take their chances with Yudai Yamamoto. Yeah, there's no ghost runners in the Japanese league. They do end in ties, but there's no ghosts here in this league. Which, to be honest with you, I actually like better. I'm not a big fan of the ghosts. So this brings to the plate Yudai Yamamoto, who is 0 for 4 tonight. Yamamoto has... Are we going to see Yamamoto? We might see a pinch hitter here. No more Yamamoto. Yamamoto 0 for 4, but now we're going to see somebody off the bench. I'm not sure it makes a whole lot of difference. This is Takashi Amino. So you got the blind leading the blind. Takashi Amino coming on to pinch hit, batting 209 on the season. I think I'd take my chances and leave Yamamoto in the ballgame, but that's just me. So I'll see how this all shapes up. So Takashi Amino at the plate. The first pitch to him, fastball misses outside for ball. Count is 1-0. So we got runners on the corners here. Let's see if they have any shenanigans that go on. Will they run Yanagita, who doesn't have a stolen base this year? He can run. Why not put a delay and take the force away? Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Fastball swung on a woo-hoo, and Meno was right on that one. He fouled it straight back. Count goes to 1-1. Yeah, tie in the regular season. I got no problem with that. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As Yamamoto's pinch hitter here, Imeno waits. And it's on its way. Fastball misses up. It's now 2 balls and a strike. On deck is Taisi Makihara. It's already 11 pitches here in the inning for Uhara, but it feels like he's thrown 25. This works at such a methodical pace. I remember a couple years ago when the Hanshin Tigers bullpen was just absolutely atrocious to have to watch. They were just so slow. Here's the 2-1. Fastball misses down and away. It's now 3-1 to Ameno. So 3 balls and a strike. I think if I'm Ameno here, I'm going to be taken all the way. Make Uhara throw you a strike. I think the risk is far greater of a lack of success if Ameno swings the bat. So here comes the 3-1. Pitch on the way. Oh, my goodness. That's a breaking ball. That's almost as rough as last night's call. That pitch was on the outside corner, and up went the right hand of the home plate umpire. Ameno was ready to take his base. The catcher was set up inside. That was in the left-handed batter's box. Oh, my goodness. Last night, if you guys recall, when Yamamoto was at the plate with the bases loaded and the manager's just shaking his head. Oh. Put another one up for one of the worst calls of the year in a big situation. Here's the 3-2. Oh, and it's a swing and a miss. The ball was spiked in the dirt, and that is going to do it here as Uhara gets out of the inning. Well, I guess you can blame one guy, but Ameno swung at ball 4. I guess you have to swing at ball 4. The manager's coming out probably to tell him about the pitching change, maybe to tell him about the eye appointment that he needs next week. That's a strikeout, goes 2-3 on the putout to end the inning, and that is going to do it here for the Hawks in the 10th. No runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we're moving to the bottom of the 10th inning. If you guys were watching that or picked up a feed somewhere, that was awful. I'll be back in just a couple of moments. I know it's umpiring is a tough thing to do, but in the games where it's close, these are your defining moments. And if that's what defines you, oh boy, that was ugly. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom half of the 10th inning. It'll be Nomura, Castro, and Gunji. There is a pitching change. We'll get that for you in just a few. It is the bottom of the 10th is upon us. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. It is Yusuke Ito who is coming on in relief. The question came up is, how many of these ties work and how many are there? Well, so far in the Pacific League this year, there have only been 5 games that have ended off in a tie. Over in the Central League, there have been 6 games that have ended in a tie, so that's not all that bad. You usually get a winner. It all depends on the house that you're putting your wagers on will dictate whether or not they're going to pay you out or not on the tie games, and those are whatever the house rules would be. So that I don't know how it works. Sometimes it's a push and they don't pay it out at all. So this brings Nomura, Castro, and Gunji to the plate as the first pitch on the way as a fastball swung on and popped up foul. As it is the Yusuke Ito who has taken over here for the Hawks. Balls and 1 strike to Nomura. But that part there I can't answer for you. Hawks will lose this game. They could have won 2 times, according to Lady Bandito. Pitch was swung on and fouled away by Nomura. Count is quickly 0-2. Yeah, it was like last night's game. That last night's game was absolutely awful. There was a pitch that misses down. It was a big situation. The pitch was, what was it? Bases were loaded for the Hawks. Yamamoto was at the plate. And he basically was ball 4, and the pitch was like in the other batter's box. And there is a pitch that just misses up this fouled away, and the count goes to 1-2. I know, Nash, we always get everything exciting in here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As the right-hander ready to go. Pitch on the way. There's a breaking ball that swung out in the left-handed batter's box, and Nomura's gone on strikes for the first out of the inning. 1 up and 1 away. It'll bring up Rodolfo Castro to the plate. So Castro coming to the dish. He's 0 for 4. He has popped to first, lined to second, struck out, and grounded out to second. As the right-hander ready to deliver, Ito kicks and fires. Fastball swung on, lined into left field, down for a base hit. Kondo takes it on 1 hop, and he fires it back into the infield. So Castro aboard with a single. That's his first time tonight he's reached base. That is going to bring up the catcher in Yuya Gunji. Or at least it's slated to bring up Gunji. So Castro all fired up with a couple of fist pumps. As he is aboard here. So Castro establishing his lead. He's got a small lead over there at first. Gunji steps into the batter's box, taps both sides. He's 2 for 4 tonight. He's got a single, a double. He has flown out and struck out. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball dropped in for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Ito ready to go again. He kicks and delivers. It's a split finger pitch missing down. Count runs even to 1-1. Nash is predicting a steal here. 1-1 pitch. 1-1 pitch is generally an action pitch. You got something that's going to happen here. Let's see if they put the runner in motion at the minimum to stay out of a double play. Here's the 1-1. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle. The ball's got eyes. It's into center field, and Castro's going to throw on the brakes as he rounds second base. So back-to-back singles here for the Fighters. They got something brewing now. That's going to bring, or it's slated to bring Taiki Narama in. But it looks like that the manager is coming out of the Hawks dugout. He's asked for time, and I think they're going to make a pitching change. Or is it? Or are they going to make a defensive change? Let's see what they're doing here exactly. Is it Masaki coming in to play some first base? Looks like Hirose's night is done. He's getting a high 5, so we'll see what they're going to put into the outfield. Nash said, what are the shift rules? I do believe that you can't, it's similar to Major League Baseball now. You can't load up 3 guys to the other side of the field. At least I've never seen that. I think it's a straight line through the base. At second base, you got to have your 2 infielders on each side of the base. But that doesn't mean you can't bring a player in from the outfield. What's the big boss got in mind? So runners at first and second here with 1 gone. It's slated to be Taiki Narama coming to the plate. I don't know if we're going to see Narama. Looks like we got a pinch hitter here on our hands. Is this number 49? Ruan Otsuka? I'm not sure yet. Yeah, that's who it is. So Ruan Otsuka coming to the dish. Batting 220 on the year, 4 homers and 9 RBIs. As he will come in to hit for Taiki Narama. So the youngster up to bat from the left side. Runners at first and second, 1 gone. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball down. A nice stop there by Umeno. So 1 ball and no strikes. Didn't get all the defensive movement. It looks like they got a new right fielder to the Hawks, and they've moved Tomoya Masaki into first base. So Hirose's night is done. But I didn't get the number of the right fielder. And he pitched another pitch in the dirt, and the count now goes to 2-0. Waiting on deck is Tatsuki Mizuno. If you just joined us, well, we got a 5-5 tie. It got to this point after the grand slam off the bat of Ryoya Kurihara back in the 8th inning, tied the ball game up. And that is where we're at right now, locked at 5s. Here comes the 2-0. Fastball misses down. It's now 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes in jeopardy of loading the bases. We appreciate everybody who has stopped in tonight, including August. He says, thanks for the stream, and we thank you for listening in with us tonight. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. It's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1. Fighters looking to take the series and win on back-to-back nights. 3 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander, again, works himself into the set position. He nods in agreement with his catcher. And now he's ready to go. Here comes the 3-1. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, popped up. Is it playable? Over behind home plate is the catcher, Umeno. He's battling And he's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it as Atsaku has gone for the second out of the inning. Atsaku gone for number 2. That's going to leave it all up to the shortstop in Tatsuki Mizuno. Well, that was very, very, very disheartening. So this brings Mizuno to the plate. He is officially 0 for 5. He's grounded into a double play. He's bounced into a fielder's choice, struck out, and flown out twice. Fighters get a chance to get a victory here. Base hit should score a run. Infield is now back. Outfield still playing a little bit shallow. If a base hit is struck, got to be able to throw out the runner at the plate. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0 to Mizuno. Kensuke Kondo wandering in a little bit shallow in left field. Here comes the 1-0. Fastball swung on, lifted into left field, moving over toward the foul line, and making the catch is Kondo, and that is going to do it as the 10th inning comes to an end, and we're going to inning number 11 as Mizuno gone for out number 3 here in the 10th. No runs in the inning. There were 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. The 11th inning is upon us. Your score is the Hawks 5 and the Fighters 5. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back for yet another inning on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the top half of inning number 11. Slated to come to bat for the Hawks is going to be Makihara Hirose. Although Hirose out of the game, we will have a pinch hitter or a new batter for him. And we got Sarin Lau is coming into the game for the Fighters as he will be taking over here. He completes his tune-up tosses. This is his second game of the season, as he has already appeared once before. So Lau on in relief. We'll see what he has to bring. So here comes Makihara to the plate, who is officially 0 for 4 tonight. Yet to reach base. He has struck out twice and grounded out twice. As the right-hander Lau ready to go, he rocks into the windup and delivers. And Makihara was turning to square to bunt, and he has been hit with the pitch. Oh boy, he's down like a house of cards. Looks like he might have got it on the forearm. In an area where he's not protected. But down he goes. He's going to make his way up, and I don't know if they're going to have a look at him or not. We'll see that again. Fastball rode up inside. He couldn't get out of the way. Oh, that's why. He almost got hit in the family crown jewels. Or did he? Looked like it got him on the inside of the left leg. And the look that he gave to the pitcher was a look of disbelief. He almost got himself a vasectomy right there without the use of anesthetic. So Makihara aboard with a hit by pitch. We're going to see they're going to take him down the tunnel for a little examination, as they sometimes do. Our friend Nash says that Soren Lau used to be an infielder. You are absolutely correct. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was with the Dodgers originally signed by the Dodgers. Makihara walking off the field gingerly. We're going to see if they're going to be able to keep him there. It looks like that we may have a catching change too. Is that going to be Shinto or not? We'll see if Makihara is going to be able to run. The manager is going to go down the dugout with him. Lau is throwing in the in-between. Yeah, Lau, if I'm not mistaken, Lau originally was, I think he was a Dodgers signing at the minor league level, and he got to either A ball or double A playing a position. And then they realized that he couldn't hit. And they said, look, we got to get you on the mound. And if I'm not mistaken, then, even though he left the Dodger organization, they got to the big leagues, I believe, with the Mariners and with the, not mistaken. But we do have it looks like we might have a new catcher coming in too. So as the stoppage of play, it looks like that Yuya Shinto is quickly getting himself warmed up. Come into the ball game. I don't know. Is that going to be the end of Yuya Gunji? I guess it is. We're waiting to see if we're going to get a pinch runner for Makihara. While this is going on, is this Makihara coming back out? Yeah, he gets a round of applause. Game has got going in Yokohama. The Giants already have a 2-0 lead in the top of the first over the Bay Stars. All the other games get going in about 1 or 2 minutes' time. So Makihara makes his way back onto the field. He's running at first base. And we are going to have, it'll be Kawamura coming to the plate here as he came in. I think Kawamura, one would expect that he is going to be bunting, and he's already squaring to here. This is Yuto Kawamura. He's already squaring to bunt. Soren Lau throws over to first base, and diving back is Makihara. This is his first at bat of the evening as he came in to replace Ryuta Hirose. And here comes the first pitch from Lau. The pitch is down. He pulls back. It's going to be ball one. I think there's some nervousness in the batter's box. Lau there obviously just hitting Makihara. Batter with a little bit of hot feet in the batter's box. Nash says, always cool to see somebody switch positions. Yeah, absolutely. And there's another pitch that almost hits him. Oh, boy. 2 balls and no strikes as Kawamura had to back off the plate. Lau throwing anything but strikes right now. 5 by 114 asked the question. Nope, this isn't Major League Baseball. They play baseball the way it used to be played, other than the fact that you can end in a 12-inning tie. No ghost runners. So here comes the 2-0 pitch. Lau ready to deliver, and they pull back, and that's going to be a fastball taken for a called strike. Oh, they looked like they were going to try to slash in that situation. I don't know about that. Just get the bunt down. Get it into play. So 2 balls and 1 strike. As he throw over to first base and diving back in time easily is Makihara. So 2 balls and 1 strike as Lau glares in at the hitter. Works himself into the stretch position. Here comes the 2-1. Pitch on the way. And he bunts it foul. Count goes to 2-2 on Kawamura. I think if I'm in this situation, I still keep him bunting. Got a job to do, get it done. He's got a little bit of hot feet in there. I don't think he's very comfortable in the batter's box with Lau on the mound. All over the place right now. So again, squaring the bunt, as he shows it here. Got to get it in play, got to get the runner over. And they throw back over to first base, and diving back again is Makihara. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the right-hander works himself into the set position. He kicks and delivers. They pull back. Oh, and he lifts it into deep right field. Just not deep enough. That's not going to get the runner over. Wow, it pulled back. It was showing like he was going to bunt, and then he wasn't able to get the ball or to punch it by the fielders. The ball was hit right to Hosokawa in right field, and that's going to retire Kawamura for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone here. It's going to bring up Hikaru Kawase to the plate. Very interesting. Nash says they may regret that. Yeah, I think you got to get that guy over into second base everything you can. I mean, he hit the ball well, but that would have been better served as a sacrifice fly with a runner on third, not in that situation. As the left-handed hitting Kawase at the plate, and the first pitch is a breaking ball down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Sarin Lau getting the sign from his catcher as he leans in and he works himself back into the set position. Here's the 1-0, squaring to bunt Kawase, and he bunts it foul. I think the Hawks are going to have to go to the bunting camp in the summertime, because right now they're not able to execute the small ball, which is what is expected, or what we expect in the Japanese league is a lot of nickel and diming, and they're not doing that. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Kawase. Might as well take your chance. You've got Tomoya Masaki on deck. Get him over to second. Here we go. Pitch on the way. It's a breaking ball. Take it for a called strike, and now the count goes to 1-2. I think about Kawase. I think I might have. That's a pitch you maybe want to sit on Sarin Lau, either breaking ball or his changeup. Sit on that pitch. Fastball might be a little too tough to handle for Kawase. Kawase has had 2 at-bats tonight, a single for 2 with a strikeout. Does not do well with velocity. There's a fastball that swung on and missed, and he's in the books for the second time tonight. 2 gone. It's going to bring up the top of the order in Tomoya Masaki. And where our friend Nash pointed out, said not getting the bunt down with the batter Kawamura. You watch here. This is probably where Masaki gets a base hit, and they'll strand the runner at third. And then the next batter will end up getting out some capacity. Because basically, unless it's a gap shot, Akihara is not going to be able to score from first base. Base hit to the outfield, and it's either going to be station to station or he's going to get an extra base. He's not going to be able to get 2 extra bases on top of the one that he'll get. Brett Butler, School of Bunting, yeah. Got time to hire Juan Pierre. So the right-hander Lau holds to the set. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung through and missed. Well, that was a nice pitch. Go back and take a look at that one. No balls and 1 strike to Masaki. Sarin Lau nodding in agreement with his catcher as he works to the belt. Here comes the 0-1. It's a fastball swung on. This is lifted into right field, but it's going to go right to the glove of Hosokawa. And that is going to do it here in the top of the 11th inning for the Hawks. They had no runs in the inning. There were no hits. There were no error, or there was no runs in the inning. There was no hits, no errors. There was the runner left on base. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 11th inning, we're locked at 5s. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back for the bottom half. We appreciate you guys for hanging in here in just a couple of moments. We'll be back to give it to you after this timeout.
Well, if you need a hand to carry a load, I'm here to let you know you can put that on me. When that old hurricane is starting to blow, I've always got a home where you can come be. Oh, because I ain't afraid of a little weather. We can make it together. When I tell you that I got you, and I'm your
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be coming to bat here in the 11th inning. It'll be Hosokawa, Kiyomiya, and Reyes slated to come to bat here. Our friend Nash has been predicting a Franmil Reyes walk-off. I guess we're going to have to wait and see if that is going to come about. We're looking at a pitching change here for the Hawks as they are going to the bullpen again. It is going to be number 95. This is Tatsudo Kobayashi. It was coming on in relief, and by my count here, this is going to be the 7th pitcher used by the Hawks tonight. So he is taking over. So Tatsudo Kobayashi on in relief as he is just finishing his tune-up tosses. So the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Hosokawa, who is coming to the plate. He had hit for Imagawa earlier on. He is officially 0 for 1 in this one. Grounded out to second in his only trip to the plate. And there is a first pitch fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. Count is 0-1. I think Nash said it best. He says, I think they bailed out loud by not getting the bunt down. Absolutely. 100%. You got to get that bunt down, at least get the guy over to second, and then you got your cracks to try to bring him home. As that fastball misses upstairs, the count is 1-1 to Hosokawa. And not only that, as I said, it was maybe not so much Makihara because he got hit on the first pitch, but the batter, Kawamura, was really, really, really nervous in the box. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hosokawa. Bottom of the 11th inning, fighters here looking to grab themselves a victory. As the 1-2 pitch is on the way, it's a fastball missing way upstairs. Count now goes to 2-2. Again, the right-hander getting the signs from his catcher, Imeno. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, chopped softly over to second. Makihara fields it. He throws to first, and Hosokawa's gone on a ground out 4-3. Looked like his first at bat as he's gone for out one, and that's going to bring up the first baseman in Kotaro Kiyomiya. Well, for Kiyomiya, he has had himself a solid night at the plate. Good night defensively. 3 for 5 at the dish. He's got a couple of singles, a home run, but he's struck out twice. So he bats here in inning number 11. Looking to do some damage. He's got his season average up over 250 now at 251. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Kiyomiya. Batting from the left side as the right-hander works to the set. And here's the pitch. It is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. That was a nice pitch by Kobayashi. So no balls and 2 strikes. Waggling the bat here is Kiyomiya. Right-hander again working to the set. And here comes the 0-2 offering. Fastball swung on, popped up into left center field. Underneath it is Shudo. Boy, that went a lot deeper than I thought. Ball had some travel. He missed it, did Kiyomiya. It was a bit of a moonshot, more like a rainmaker. And that is going to retire Kiyomiya as he's gone for out number 2, and that's going to bring Franmil Reyes to the plate. And our friend Nash here has been calling it. Is he going to hit the home run? I don't think he is, Nash. He's going to get the treatment where he's going to get ball 4 given to him again. So Shinjo over there, and I think now at this point you got to think about pinch running for him. So nobody on, and you get an intentional walk to Reyes. So he is aboard over at first, and he's also going to get pinch run for now. I would think that Isobata has got to be the option. Yeah, Ash said he just missed it. Yeah, he just missed the pitch. He hit that ball long, waited Kiyomiya. It hardly looked like he got it. I thought he skied it straight up, but the ball was got quite a bit of it. It's number 64 in the ball game. I believe that's Yua Tamiya. I'm just going to check the piece here. It is Tamiya into pinch run. And I wonder if he's going to come in and into the ball game. It's Daigo Kamikawabata at the plate. So you got to catch your pitch running for the DH Reyes. There's a fastball that messes up, and the count is 1-0. So how many times do you see a 2-out intentional walk when there's nobody on? Well, tonight we've seen it twice. Pretty crazy. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. On its way, it's a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. Count 1-1 to Kamikawabata. Right-hander ready to go again as he checks the runner Tamiya over at first. I wonder if we're going to see Sarin Lau for another inning. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-2 on Kamikawabata. Kamikawabata is actually 0 for 1 tonight. He flew out to right field his first time up. He came on as a replacement for Arizona. It was pretty quiet at the plate today. It's a tough spot in the batting order here for the Fighters. They're 0 for 5 at this point. Here comes the 1-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball. Take it for a called third strike. Oh, Kamikawabata stood there like the house by the side of the road. He watched it go by for out number 3. I think the home plate umpire had seen enough. Remember, strikes and outs make the game go quicker. And that is going to do it here in the 11th inning. We're going to the 12th. We're locked at 5s. Looking ahead, what do we got coming to bat in the next inning? Well, it looks like it's going to be, if I got it correctly, it'll be Shudo, Kondo, and Kurihara. We'll see how this shapes up when we return in just a few. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back in just a bit. Well, something's got to give here in the 12th inning. And one of these teams has either got to score or they got to lock it down. And we'll be back in just a few to bring you all the action after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to the top of the 12th inning, and Lau is still in the pitch. And we are going to give ourselves a little spot here, as we'll put that into the stream. Who do you think is going to win here tonight? First pitch misses down to Yukio Shudo. It's ball one. So Shudo at the plate here as Lau delivers again. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count goes even to 1-1. We're running out of paper on our game card here. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, as the right-hander rocks into delivery, here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count 1-2 now to Shudo. So Soren Lau trying to close this one out. One ball and 2 strikes as Lau working himself into the windup. And he rocks and delivers. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side. Oh, a nice play by Kiyomiya. Keeps it in front. He's going to win the race to the bag, and that's going to be a ground out to 3 for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the left fielder in Kensuke Kondo. Kondo coming to the plate. He is officially tonight 0 for 4. He has walked and scored a run. Nice play there by Kiyomiya to get his body in front of it. Well played there. 5 by 114, says Armaya in the U.S. Nope, we're not. So the first pitch coming up here to Kondo on the way. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Kondo had a pretty solid game last night, both on the offensive and defensive side. Lau works himself into the windup. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball swung on, grounded, and diving to make the play, and it gets by the second baseman. It doesn't look like it's Narama anymore. Or is it? Yeah, maybe it still is Narama. No, I think it's done. It's Saku or Saku who had made that there. Was ball got by him. So a base hit single has got Kondo aboard. Nash said they thought he made the play. He knocked it down and the ball squirted away from him. So that allows Kondo to reach base, but I think we've got a pinch runner for Kondo now. I didn't pick up who the runner was. Benches are quietly being emptied. Here's Ryoya Kurihara coming to plate. And the pitch on the way is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Kurihara. Kurihara's grand slam earlier tonight doing the serious damage. Kurihara officially 2 for 4 in this one with a walk, but the 4 RBIs loom large. Fastball misses down. The count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, Kurihara waggling the bat. 1 gone here in the inning. Wow, ready to go back to work again. Here comes the 1-1. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1. I don't know if you guys remember Michael Givens, who pitched in the big leagues. I think he was he was eventually drafted by Baltimore, but his best years might have been with maybe the Rockies or the Mets. In some ways, Lau reminds me of him in terms of his career path. There's a split figure pitch swung on, it's lifted foul into the seats down the left field line into the netting. Count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kurihara ready to go again. Lau getting his sign. He checks the runner over at first. Works himself into the set position. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field. This is going to be trouble. No, coming on and making the catch is Castro in right center. And he runs in almost like he thought it was the 3rd out of the inning. I would have thought maybe would he have flipped the ball into the stands like Julio Rodriguez did the other night? No, that's the 2nd out of the inning. He makes the catch for out number 2, and that's going to bring up Yuki Yanagita to the plate. Ball is hit into right center field. Castro is moving over, makes the catch, and he just starts running in like it's out number 3. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, the other night, Julio Rodriguez had the bases loaded. He caught the ball and flipped it into the stands, thinking it was the 3rd out of the inning. It ended up costing him 4 runs. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside. Count 1-0 to Yuki Yanagita. Yeah, Brampton says down 19-0 or 22-0, I think the final ended up being. So 1 ball and no strikes. Again, the right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a fastball. Take it for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1 on Yanagita. Again, 1 ball, 1 strike. Lau looking in, getting the sign. Ready to go back to work. He works himself to the set, checks the runner. Here's the 1-1. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right field, but it's going to hang up just enough as Hosokawa makes the catch. And that's going to do it here for the Hawks. Well, we know one thing's going to happen. It's either going to end with a fighter victory or it's going to end in a tie. And we're going to find out in just a couple of minutes. We have a pitching change. No runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and 1 runner left the board. Your scores, we now move to the bottom of the 12th inning. It is a 5-5 tie. Stick around, everybody. We'll see if the fighters can walk it off and pull it out. Who's coming to bat? Well, we've got on our books Nomura, Castro, and Gunji when we return, but I don't know if Gunji's in the game anymore. I think it is either Shinto behind the plate or Tamiya. So stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you right after this on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be a pitching change for the Hawks. It is going to be Sugiyama coming into the ball game. It, by our count, is going to be the 8th pitcher used in this one here for Fukuoka. So not a save situation, but he is looking to close it off here to prevent any runs from coming in. So Kazuki Sugiyama on in relief. As he will take over here to try to keep this one tied at 5. It's almost like a save in some capacities, I would think, but not quite. I wonder if he gets a hold in this spot. Don't know how the Japanese statisticians. Looks like Tanagawara is into the outfield. I think he's in right field. In left field now is Kawamura as he moves over from right. So here we go. We got Nomura at the plate. Nomura is a threat. He's got 14 homers on the year. Tonight, well, he does have a homer. Sorry, that's his 15th homer of the year. And there's a fastball swung on. It is lifted down the left field line. It's going to hook foul into the corner, and the count is quickly 0-1. Sorry, Nomura's got 2 hits tonight. He's got a single and a home run. He's knocked in a pair of runs. So officially 2 for 4, and he also has a walk. And the pitch on the way is a split figure pitch. It misses down. The count goes to 1-1. Our friend Samurai Prayer says it's already 6:28 in Japan, and the Tigers are playing in the evening. Yes, that is correct. This game is the game that keeps on going. There's all kinds of scoring around the NPB, too. Every other game has got at least a point. Fastball misses down, now 2-1. Giants have the lead in the top of the second, 2-1 over the Bay Stars. Tigers up 1-0 over the Swallows. That's in the bottom of the second. Top of the third, Dragons 1-0 lead over the Carp. As there's a fastball that swung through and missed. That was at 95, and the count is quickly 0-2 to Nomura. And the Pacific League 1-1 Buffaloes and Lions, and 1-0 the Marines have the lead over the Eagles. And that is where we stand. I thought last night's game was late. Tonight it is even later. Good thing I did get the nap in tonight. Fastball at 95 misses outside. The count's now 3-2 to Nomura. Game Man says, thanks again for the commentary. As the Japanese local TV cuts the game short. Yeah, they got to start talking to NFL Monday Night Football. They used to do that how many years ago? They don't bother me with the first 3 innings. Let's watch the last 9. Here's the pitch. Fastball. Take it for a called third strike. Oh, and Nomura didn't like the call. And we're back to the umpire taking control of the show here again. Nomura down on strikes. He's gone for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring Rodolfo Castro to the plate. Oh, Fighters players were just jumping over the fence. Couldn't believe the call on Nomura. Got to be honest with you. It's been a tough night for the home plate umpire. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Counts 0-1 to Castro. Castro 1 for 5. He has a single and 5 trips. Sometimes see some of the calls, it just makes you shake your head. There's a fastball that gets away from the catcher, and the count goes even at 1-1. And the Fighters, 2 are running out of outs. Both teams up on the dugouts here. Not a lot of players left. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. Count 1-2. They have used their bench tonight big time, both teams. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is, as the center fielder Castro is in the hole here. He's facing one of the best in the business in Sugiyama. Pitch on the way. That's a fastball that misses down. The count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, the Hawks can't win. They have already exhausted their at-bats. So it's either going to be a tie or a fighter win right now at this point. Here comes the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander rocks into the windup and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed, and that is going to put Castro on the books. So 2 up and 2 away. And what do we have coming to the plate here? It was the spot once occupied by Yuya Gunji. It's supposed to be Shinto coming to the plate. If it is Shinto, then might as well say the game is over. But it looks like we may have ourselves a pinch hitter here. It is going to be number 60. I believe that's Kengo Yoshida. And that is exactly who it is. So Kengo Yoshida coming to hit. It does give the fighters an opportunity here, as he has got a little bit of juice in the stick. Yoshida stepping in, ready for the first pitch, and it is a fastball center cut for a called strike. Count is 1-0. Boy, you got to be ready to hit when you walk in there. That pitch was a perfect pitch right down the middle. Sugiyama rocking into the windup and delivers. Fastball swung on. It is pop foul, and so now the fighters are down to their final strike. So no balls and 2 strikes here to Yoshida. And we got 1 ball, no balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. On its way, fastball bounces up to the plate, and the count goes to 1-2. Another entertaining game here tonight. We appreciate all you guys who had stopped in to listen throughout the evening. Again, tomorrow we will be dark, but then we are going to do the games on Saturday and Sunday. Fastball in the dirt, swung on, missed, gets away from the catcher. They have to fire to first. It's going to be a strike him out, and they got to throw him out 2-3 to end the ball game. And that is going to do it here for the fighters in their half of inning number 12. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. Your final score, yeah, they kissed their sister tonight with a 5-5 tie. Doesn't really count now, does it? And that is the way it is. Hang tight, everybody. We'll come on back and wrap it up for you in just a few. We appreciate you guys for listening on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Stay with us. We'll come back and give you all the rundown, and then we'll call it a night.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll give it the rundown on this one here, and then we'll call it a night. Fighters took the lead in the 3rd inning with 1 out. It was back-to-back singles off the bat of Imagawa and Kiyomiya. And then Franmil Reyes stepped up and smoked a 2-run double to give the Fighters an early 2-0 lead. After a flyout to center field, Yuki Nomura singled home Reyes, and it was 3-0 at the end of 3. Hawks responded in the top of the 4th when Tomoya Masaki stepped up and hit a solo shot into the seats in right field. That cut the scoreline to 3-1. Well, the Fighters added a pair of runs in the 7th inning. Kentaro Kiyomiya stepped up. He hit a solo shot to start the inning. And after 2 out, up stepped Yuki Nomura, and he drilled his 15th of the year to give the Fighters a 5-1 lead. But it was the Hawks who answered back in the 8th. It was a walk to Tomoya Masaki. Yukio Shudo singled, and a walk to Kensuke Kondo, and up-stepped Ryoya Kurihara, and he smacked the grand slam home run to bring the game level at 5. And that eventually is, after 12 innings, how this game ended. Our friend Sad Boy, he was here for the whole duration. I know our friend Samurai Prayer has been kicking around. Appreciate you as always. God is great. It's been in here at Nash. Great to see you. Everybody else who came in to listen. Demon Slayer, well, Demon was being the demon tonight. He is. Glad you could be in here as well. And again, your final score is 5-5. All right, everybody. We'll be back on the airwaves. It'll be Hawks and Buffaloes for their 2-game series on the weekend. And then after that, we will be dark for a bit, as we are going to be over in Asia. And it'll be Taiwan. Although I got to tell you, I don't know if I'm looking forward to that right now. Lots of rain in the forecast. I guess I'm going to have to bring my umbrella and grin and bear it. All right, everybody, have a great night, and we will catch you again a little bit later in the week. Lumen Code made it in a little bit late, but thanks for popping by. Have a great night, everybody.